back, everyone. DPW Amsterdam 2025. How are you all doing? Hey! So did you enjoy yesterday? Did you enjoy the first day of DPW Amsterdam 2025? Had some meaningful conversations maybe? Some inspiration, fresh ideas, did you? Yeah? Great. And I was thinking about something Herman Knevel said yesterday during the opening. He said, Herman, CEO DPW, right? He said, you know what? You are DPW. And I think he's right. I think you are what makes DPW such a great success. I think you are the world in the digital procurement world, right? But you could also be something else. I thought maybe you could be this giant wave, a wave of innovation, of inspiration, a wave of fresh and new ideas, a wave of change. And then I thought, hey, that is something that we could make very visible. So dear people, on your feet, everyone, please, because we're going to do a small exercise. We are going to write history because we are going to make the very first DPW wave together. And please, watch the row in front of you because you want to do this in a perfect way, just like DPW, right? You don't want to be the pebble that's disturbing the wave. We want to see a movement here. So, roll your shoulders a bit so that you're ready. Make sure that your arms are stretched while doing the wave, not that, halfway up. No, real wave. Do you feel ready? All right. Now, on the count of 3, we're gonna do it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3! Yes! And make some noise! All right! Perfect! Now you have it. He was right. You are DPW. What a way to kick off day 2. So exciting. And for now, please move to the edge of your seat because we're going to kick off today with something super, super exciting. It is time to announce the winners of the DPW Awards. This competition, it has been running for months. We had lots of applications. 6 finalists were battling it out yesterday during their final competition. And now it's time to find out who the winners of the DPW Awards are. And we're going to start with the early stage award. Now, before we're going to announce the winners, please welcome to the stage 2 people who made it all possible. Ludo Siben. Follow me here, yes. Give him a big round of applause. He's the lead DPW Award. You can stand over here. And our amazing sponsor, Deloitte. Michiel Jonge, please stand over there. Amazing to have you. And now for a word of our sponsor, Deloitte. Michiel, can I hand it over to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you this morning. And as a judge, it's been super cool to see so many startups, scale-ups showcase their bold ideas and solutions. On behalf of Deloitte and our team of procurement rocketeers, I want to say how proud we are to sponsor the DPW Awards. We know that innovation doesn't happen in a straight line. It takes vision, persistence, and a community that supports you. The kind of community we see right here at DPW. So, whether you're an early stage founder, just getting your first clients, or a startup or a scale-up pushing for the next level of growth, you're not just building businesses. You're shaping the future of procurement and making this profession awesome. So to all the nominees, congratulations. Being here means you made a difference. And to Matthias, to Herman and Ludo, thanks for the great partnership. And now, let's announce the winners.
Yeah, but first, I want to go to Ludo, because I told the crowd already, this competition, it has been running for months now. But how many applications did we have?
Quite a lot.
Yeah?
We were expecting around 50, 60 applications. And in the end, I think it was around 150. So really exciting to see a lot of energy and yeah.
150 around the world, people. That's amazing. So are you ready to get them all on stage? Yes. Our finalists of the Early Stage Awards. Please give a very warm welcome to Robin van Aken, CEO of Magentic, Vivek Rao, founder and CEO Tesora, and Gautam Pasari, founder and CEO True Value Hub. Welcome. So here they are. Here they are. Have a look at them. How are you doing? How's your heart rate doing?
Not too bad.
Not too bad, not too bad. Oh, wait, I have a microphone for you. It's over here, because we want to hear you. I want to hear that heart rate, actually. How's your heart rate doing?
It's not too bad.
Not too bad. How about you?
Doing well.
Doing well.
Super exciting.
Well, actually, my heart rate goes up just by looking at you. I think this is super exciting. Now, I won't keep those hearts racing for too long. I think it is time to announce who the winner of the Early Stage Award is. Yes, are you ready for that? Give them a big round of applause. And now, let's build up the suspense. Dear people, the winner of the DPW Early Stage Awards is... True Value Hub! Yay! Oh, take it away. Wow!
Congratulations.
What a winner we have here! Amazing! Congratulations. I think it is time to make a picture. Please stand over with the winner of the Early Stage Awards. Amazing. Wow, congratulations.
Yeah. We need to stand over here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, what? Oh, you want to have them that way? All right, real quick, make a picture. Smile. Yay. Give them another big round of applause. Our winner, but also our finalists. Thank you so much for being here, for your amazing pitches. I think they are all winners, but we can only have one official winner, and that's you. Congrats. Now, I want to ask you, please take a seat, because it's time for our next category. Thank you so much. Let's leave them with a big, thunderous applause. Thank you. It is time for a second category, and that is the Growth Stage Award. Now, I want to invite all finalists on stage, although I just received news that, okay, we do have a stand-in. Okay, the founder of Archlet was called out for an emergency, but we do have a stand-in. So please give it up for Spencer Penn, CEO of Lightsource. Someone from Archlet, we're going to find out who that is, and Vladimir Kyle, co-founder and CEO of Ask Leo. Please come over here. Yes. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How's everyone out here doing?
Yes, they're doing fine. Great that you could join us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Excited.
So wonderful to be on stage here again. Thank you so much.
All right. So are you ready? Yeah? Born ready, he said. Born ready. Are you born ready? Yeah. I see you laughing, Matthias. You're always born ready. Okay, that's great. That's great. Well, let's build up the suspense. Some suspenseful music, please. Let's see what the heart rate is doing. Mine is going up. Yours going up as well. Whoa. See it. Ooh, so exciting. So who won that Growth Stage DPW Award? Instant fame, recognition from industry leaders, investors, and of course a place in DPW history. People, the winner of the growth stage DPW award is... Yes! It's Ask Leo. Here you go. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Wow, congratulations
Here you
to the
go.
winner. Amazing. Now it's time for him to make a picture. Please go over, stand next to him. Ask Leo is the winner of the Growth Stage DPW Award. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you all finalists. Congratulations to the winner. Give them a big round of applause. And now, oh, you have a mic. Ludo, final remark. I understood it was a very close call.
Yeah, indeed, for a growth stage. I don't know if you remember, but the audience also had a chance to vote.
Yes.
And it appears that the judges chose another solution. And last minute, thanks to the 20% of the audience vote, it managed to switch to Askelio, who won.
That is amazing. Again, you are DPW. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Give our sponsor, Deloitte, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Michiel. Thank you so much, Ludo, for being here. And I invite you to go off stage because we... Oh, thank you so much, Ludo. We are going off for our next session. And it's an exciting one. It is time for our opening keynote. We're going to talk about agentic AI. The leap from pilots to real enterprise impact. Please welcome to the stage our opening keynote speaker, Clemens Hjartar, Senior Partner at Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. The floor is yours, Clemens. Enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. Clemens Hjartar. I will not be speaking about procurement, but I'll be speaking about something that hopefully is relevant for all of you. So I was walking through the halls this morning, and of the 50 booths or so, I found 2 that didn't say AI or agentics. So I guess this is a little bit the theme of this conference. We are at the middle of the hype cycle. And I lead technology globally for McKinsey. And this picture is what I'm dealing with every day. It feels like we are like in the middle of a huge battle of who is going to be controlling the agentic orchestration of the future. The promise of the technology is enormous. We're seeing a CapEx spend of probably 500 to 600 billion US dollars this year. This CapEx is projected to go to 1.2, 1.3 in 3 years' time. We are seeing a software industry that has gone from a 200 billion industry 10 years ago, in 15, to around 900 today, to projected 4,000 billions, 4 trillions in 2035, so in another 10 years. So kind of the expectation is software is going to grow at least 15-20% for another 10 years. And the value that is at stake is enormous. And that is the behavior that we are seeing. That is the reason why we are seeing this amazing CapEx boom. And the behavior in the industry is not very nice. The main, kind of don't quote me on this, I know that I'm on stage, but there's a lot of behavior of just trying to lock in the value that has already been created. We are seeing SaaS companies that are sitting on your data, throttling data access for Gen AI players. We are seeing limited access of process mining. We are seeing a lot of solutions being offered that are like serverless, that is basically building in logs to kind of make sure that you continue to compute on their platform. And there's no wonder that this is happening, because the value at stake is enormous. Kind of the companies in the industry are already the most valuable companies on earth. And with this growth, kind of the value at stake is crazy. So in all aspects of what is happening here, we are actually seeing an ongoing battle. And I think kind of when you are thinking about the agentic value proposition, and you're thinking about the tooling and things that you're going to use in your companies, just think a little bit about this. Kind of what is it that is actually happening in the industry, and how you think that this is going to play out. From a European perspective, this is also super important, and we see some of the largest institutions being really worried about being able to build platforms that they control, that kind of that are sovereign and will serve kind of them, and not put you in a position where you will be paying all of the tax for this amazing CapEx spend that is happening. The story about what is happening for real in the industry is also changing a bit. If I would have been standing here 6 months ago, I would mostly be talking about the massive gap that we have between the promise and what's actually ending up in production. And we'll also be talking about a story where the tech industry would just tell you, guys, don't worry about this. There's going to be a huge context window. Everything is going to be fine, and just kind of lean back. But the story has changed significantly in the last 9 months. Firstly, we actually begin to see that this technology needs real implementation. It needs context, it needs guidelines, it needs evaluations, observability, and so on. But we're also beginning to see some kind of really big implementations getting live into productions at very, very large companies. So we hosted our own advisory council 2 weeks ago in New York. And those are some of the largest companies in the world. The companies that are at the top of this game, they are moving at scale. So we had companies there, obviously very large companies, that claimed that they were thousands of man years ahead of their engineering budget in 2025, and see a quite promising kind of trajectory into 26. So kind of this is actually beginning to move, but it is a very skewed picture. I'm not going to dwell kind of too much kind of into this. Kind of when I saw everything, I assume that somebody told you about what this technology is all about. But if you think about it in simple terms, you're going from a technology that is kind of more kind of working as kind of you've all seen kind of ChatGPT, towards systems that are much more complex, that you're giving goals, you're giving them tools, you're giving kind of them missions, and you're obviously building a framework around getting this all right. The thing that has been holding us back is that this is a complex technology to implement. We have seen a massive fall off when things go from the development stage into production. We are talking about kind of a lot of the promise has simply not been fulfilled when you go into the production stage, because you actually need systems that are really scalable and are really free of hallucination, and is within all of the risk guidelines that we have set for the systems. We've also seen a lack of end-to-end impact. So basically this phenomenon that if you get a tool that help you, it can create kind of value. You can kind of free up a few hours kind of in the day. But like the total P&L impact on a large company has been kind of harder to go. And then another one, and this is relevant also when you see for procurement, all of the vendors that are knocking at your doors, that is this fragmented tech usage. And I'll talk a little bit about that. So the reason that some of you are still in the pilot kind of phase of doing this, some of you basically say we have more pilots than Lufthansa. So kind of we have pilots all over, but we are not seeing anything kind of go into kind of production. Is that a lot of them are being implemented in application silos. So kind of it is either kind of SaaS providers that are giving you a solution that is a point solution. It is one of the existing platform vendors that are creating kind of services that are only really valid and can be controlled within their kind of ecosystems. While the technology promises significant reuse, right? So kind of the ability to actually build really important assets, kind of a voice agent that can be used in many kind of situations around kind of your company, a document retriever agent that you can have central observability on, having a central evaluation kind of platform, having a global registry of kind of tools and resources, is something that the industry has not really provided yet. And we are seeing a clear correlation between the companies that are really taking off, that they are actually building this platform. And kind of, I just encourage you to really look into this platform shift, right? Kind of make sure that you have something that increases this horizontal learning approach. It's also going to accelerate the learning in your organizations very significantly. So that is kind of a very important point. The second point I wanted to kind of point to is that we are seeing the shift now into digital factories. A digital factory goes beyond just creating an agent against a task, but is basically mimicking real end-to-end complex processes into agentic organizations. So kind of what does this kind of mean? It means that you are able to get much more throughput end-to-end and a much more kind of bigger leverage from your employees into the agentic kind of work. And we are seeing kind of this ratio 20x into kind of people to agent. I'm not going to show you a procurement kind of example, but like these are being built out for many kind of areas. This is an example of refactoring kind of old legacy code, taking input from logs, from the code, from interviews with users, screenshots, outputs of the system, the purpose of the system, and getting real documentation of what the system actually is about, making that out in English, having a spec-driven development into a new generation of system. And the first projects that have been done in this approach, they're already done. So kind of there are multi-$100 million projects that have already been completed using an agentic factory like this. And this is revolutionary. So this is fundamentally changing how you use this technology. But now it's also being used for business processes. So this is an example from a kind of KYC onboarding in a wholesale bank. And this is a huge process. So this is ingestion of information about a new client. You need to kind of take kind of annual reports. You need to take kind of interviews. You need all kinds of reports. You need to do kind of screening against sanctions lists. You need to kind of get kind of ownership charts of beneficial owners. You need to hold it up against all kinds of things. And the output is like a major report. So an onboarding of a wholesale customer in a large bank, this is a process that takes months. And all of a sudden, you have something that helps the full process. We see something similar in procurement. If you want to do a negotiation of a long tail of contracts, create an agentic factory that can actually do the whole work. So this is kind of something kind of where the ambition of what we're trying to do is just kind of going up kind of in a very significant way. And we expect this is going to continue kind of at pace. The other thing, or the third thing I wanted to kind of point out is that of all use cases of kind of Gen AI technology right now, the largest use case that is driving kind of revenue for the tech kind of industry is consumer ChatGPT. The second one is the whole SDLC and PDLC process. So software delivery lifecycle, product delivery lifecycle. And of all of the areas, this is the one that I'm most excited about. This is just showing you kind of the typical mix of development in a typical large organization. And we can already see an amazing productivity in small companies. If you have a founder-led company using Cursor or Devin or kind of any of these kind of tools, we're actually seeing kind of a tenfold productivity. But we haven't seen it in very large organizations where the process from idea to implementation is super, super long. And this is changing because we are using the agentic orchestration to create context for that whole process all the way through. And the largest institutions that have built platforms around this, they are actually seeing this. And the message is a little bit, this is something that you will have to look into. And it means a few things. If you have a competitor that gets this to work, they will out-innovate you in relatively short amount of time. It also means that we as managers that have been kind of not born kind of like this century, we have a sense of how long things take. So kind of we have like just muscle memory on this kind of project to take this long and so on. This is changing. So kind of revisit your roadmap and say, if you have 3-year kind of programs, maybe it only takes 1 year now. So kind of it's like revisit of the strategic planning for the next years. Lastly, and somebody has probably also kind of told you this, the capabilities are continuing to evolve very, very fast. What's really kind of putting a lot of kind of into my attention these days is not only the model development, but all of the tooling around it. The orchestration, the memory management, long, medium, long-term kind of context. There's a huge evolution in small language models. So kind of when you're doing these large kind of orchestration flows, you can train a small model to do things that are kind of very kind of pointed. So the whole ecosystem around this is happening really, really fast. And for all of you, it is time to actually rethink kind of how do we actually do this with this in mind, right? So kind of do I have flows that are like fundamentally going to change in the coming years? I know that I may not have all of the tools available now at the end of 2025, but if I project myself into 2030, I know that software is going to come in a significantly different way. What is it that I do? And we are seeing that everything is going to elevate. And kind of what do I mean when I say elevate? Well, it means that instead of doing things, a lot of the jobs will be in actually describing what things should be. So we will have to put much, much more resources into kind of SOPs, into kind of all kinds of spec-driven frameworks that give guidance to this new organization. So kind of and there we see kind of already now we need a massive elevation of all of that, because if we happen to do that really, really well, this transformation is going to go much, much more efficiently for those that do that. A few things that I wanted to highlight that kind of is really working. The firstly is this horizontal approach. Kind of if you want to scale, you need to tie together all of your ecosystems. You will be able to take a few pilots and scale them, and that is fine, because this is a learning competition. It is a little bit like being in the Tour de France. You're in the peloton. If you take a break, the peloton is going to cycle on, and you will never kind of catch up. So kind of the pilots are fine, but you kind of to go beyond it, to do these end-to-end processes, you will have to take a horizontal approach. And that should kind of, for especially large companies, it needs to be something that you fully control yourself. The third kind of principle is the one around ambition. So kind of set a really high ambition for what you're doing. If kind of getting in a tool that can kind of help you sort out your data just a little bit and so on it is fine, but it's just not going to change anything. So kind of set a kind of a ridiculously high ambition, which is actually an unlock. Because when you set the high ambition, it means that you will put in new technology, you will put in new KPIs, you will put in new kind of ways of working, and all of those things won't change if you don't put in the high ambition. Go for the end-to-end kind of workflows. We already talked about that. Embrace the open ecosystem, right? Kind of embrace all of the people that are here, but get them to work with you on the platform approach, right? Kind of have them help you, right? Have them expose the tools with MCP servers into your orchestration layer. Taking a horizontal approach doesn't mean that you can't work with the ecosystem. It just needs a different way of working together. And then the last point is around this will obviously have significant impact on organizations and how we work. But to sum it all up, you will have to work on the vision. Kind of the 2030 is going to look very, very different than today. And you actually need to spend time on aligning kind of people around that. Establish the platform. I think I've said this now 5 times. Kind of this is a crucial element. Kind of if you don't do this, you just won't scale. We can almost kind of prove it statistically. You will have to strengthen technical capabilities. You will have to kind of get in people and kind of, it's not like you can hire a lot of these people. You actually have to create them. Because a lot of the methods, ways of working and so on haven't really been invented yet and are being invented as we speak. So kind of make sure that kind of you get people that can drive that for you. When you create a platform, you will empower your workforce, right? Because you will give them a common set of tools to work with and a framework that will allow them to do this much, much faster. If you will be asking anybody who wants to do a pilot to onboard a new technology in a new framework, nothing is going to happen. So I think kind of those were the words for today, but good luck on your endeavors. This is going to be exciting times ahead.
Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. Amazing opening keynote. Thank you so much. People will be right back for a big one, a session on driving procurement transformation into the age of AI. We'll be right back. Setting up the stage. See you back soon. Welcome back, everyone. Now, everyone is talking about transformation. But what does it really take to make it all happen at scale? In our next session, top CPOs will share what it means to drive procurement transformation into the age of AI, from digital-first models to rethinking talent and supplier ecosystems. Moderated by Bertrand Metaverne from the Hackett Group and joined by Barbara Buttinger from Siemens Energy and Dan Bartel from American Airlines. Please give them a very warm welcome. Handing it over to you, Bertrand. Enjoy, have fun.
Hi, top CPOs, you heard that?
Yeah.
No pressure.
Who else is coming?
So no, I'm really excited and super happy to have you both on stage because you're top CPOs, coming from different backgrounds. And I will start with you, Barbara. And we'll go later into more details around transformation and that kind of stuff, but I think it's important to understand the context because everything makes sense in a specific context. So maybe starting there, can you describe maybe a little bit Siemens Energy and especially the procurement organization and the way of doing things and some of the challenges you may have had or maybe not?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess some of the challenges are familiar to many of in this room. So Siemens Energy is a very large, complex organization. I guess everyone would say that about his or her own organization. But we have a very diverse business portfolio. We have different business models that ranges from basically having products to super large, complex projects. Just to give you an idea, this is multi-billion-dollar projects taking years to be executed. And then we have service, so there's very little commonality between the businesses. And then, same as many of you would have, we have different maturity levels in the organization. Some, I would say, are really ahead of the curve, and others, we're always joking, are literally sitting next to the fax machine and said, okay, this is how we do it. We always did it that way, so it's great. Don't be offended if you're one of my colleagues. I know this is not everywhere the case. So it's different maturities, but of course, we have tons of legacy systems. Which we are now one by one basically replacing, integrating, and everything needs to be done tomorrow or yesterday in order to make it happen.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I guess this is very similar with many of you.
I can imagine, and a patchwork, we'll call it like that. Some call it a spaghetti landscape sometimes, but a patchwork. And turning to you, Dan, so before being a CPO at American Airlines, you worked for a couple of years at Schneider Electric. Which is a company I know well because I also work there, actually. And I would say that it's very similar, Schneider Electric, to what Barbara said about Siemens. But now with American Airlines, maybe can you tell us a bit about that and how maybe different that is from your past at Schneider and what we heard about Siemens?
Sure. I sympathize with you, Barbara. I suffered many of the challenges that you're suffering today or facing today in Siemens Energy. So maybe a bit about me first. I started at American Airlines just a couple of years ago, but before that I was CPO of Schneider Electric, as you said, for about 5 years, and before that ABB, also a CPO, and my whole career has been in that same industry, energy management, industrial automation, right, which is very engaging because it's so complex, the supply chain, and such a diverse business, so many product lines to deal with, many P&Ls, many business leaders, complex stakeholder management, complex supplier management, a very big challenge for procurement and for broader supply chain management. But I decided a few years ago to make a change, to change industries. Super passionate about procurement, super passionate about procurement transformation, so I wanted to stick with that, and I looked for something that was big, where there was a big appetite for change in an industry that was as different as possible. And I think I absolutely succeeded on that last piece. Aviation couldn't be more different, I would say, from Barbara's world. The challenges we face are a little bit different. My approach to it has been, in the early days, in the first few months, to really try to understand the business. That was the challenge for me. The learning for me was, what is this industry? How does this company make money? How do they create value for shareholders? How do they delight customers? So I spent a lot of time, talked to dozens and dozens and dozens of people up and down the organization, from flight attendants, pilots, gate agents, ramp workers, mechanics, all the way up to the board of directors, to get answers to those questions and form a strategy to enable that. and discovered a lot of interesting things along the way, and that really plotted the course for our procurement strategy, which is anchored in any industry, I think, in first of all, driving cost and cash, right? That is the ticket to entry, I would say, for any CPO. If you're not, especially like me, when you report directly to the CFO, if you're not delivering the financials, there's really not too many conversations about those other topics. But like in most industries, procurement can bring so much more to the table. And when you understand, again, how the company creates value for customers and shareholders, you can orient your team and your suppliers much better around things like improving the reliability of our airline, right? When you go fly, you want to, there's certain things you want. You want a network that provides the routes that you want. You want the schedule to support, your calendar needs. But then you want your flight to go on time. You want good catering. You want good service. You want your bags to arrive, right? All of these things can be improved and enabled by suppliers, right? So driving better performance management through suppliers. And then really, when you think about how an airline can differentiate itself with its competitors, you want to have better on-time performance, of course, right? But a better customer experience overall. So we're partnering with our suppliers, for example, to bring things to the table that other airlines can't or can't do at the same scale or at the same level of quality as American Airlines. A really good example, I would say, is a recent announcement that starting in January, every Advantage member can get free Wi-Fi on all of our flights. So as of January, we'll be the only airline, well, the airline that offers free Wi-Fi on more aircraft than any other airline in the world. That's possible based on a partnership with a supplier. So AT&T is our partner for network services, and they're now also our sponsor for free Wi-Fi on board. It's a really good example of partnering with suppliers to bring a differentiating service to the table, to delight customers and create differentiation in the market.
Oh, very, very, very interesting, that approach. And so looking back at Siemens now, which we now understand is very different, how do you manage this like large global organization? You started to describe a little bit that you had many processes, and when I say many processes, it's like many flavors of the same process, many tools, people all over the place, all over the world. So how do you approach like transformation when at the end of the day, because of the situation on the ground, we all know that one size fits no one, but for you that was really, really an element that you had to take into account. So how did you do that, or how do you do that?
So first of all, we're still in the transformation, so it's not done. But I think what we have done, what helped us a lot was we have put at the very beginning, I would say, when was the beginning, but I would say when we really seriously entered the journey, we've put a lot of effort in defining what we call the blue sky state. It's like, what is the to-be situation? Not so much exactly how do we get there, what is the tools. So basically, how do we want to operate? How do we want to work? And we have to find that very clear, and we left open how do we get there. Because there will be so many changes along the way, we all know this, but I think the way we want to work should, though, remain stable over a period of time. So this is basically what we have set up very clearly, have shared with the organization, have had, I don't know how many iterations, so that we, at least on the target state, we are fairly closely aligned. And then in the next step, which we're currently entertaining quite intensively, is we define what is core to the entire organization. And that means basically it doesn't matter which business, which site, what product, you go there and they all do the same thing, and they do it according to what we centrally have defined. Now, the level of this may vary, but this is something that basically has to be determined. So this is a fundamental principle that we define what has to be governed centrally in terms of processes, tools, you name it, capabilities, and where the business has the freedom to deviate and do their own thing depending on their requirements. So this is kind of the philosophy behind. So don't try in a complex organization to define each and everything, because you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the in-depth capabilities, and there is no, I think to your point, what is the benefit of that? Why do we think we know better than those who do it every single day? But there are areas where we think it is super important that we all do it the same way in order to harvest, for example, on data, or mitigate risk, or you name it. And then from a kind of a structural perspective, we learned that we basically need somebody acting like the spider in the web, because we have a very good process team, we have very good colleagues in the, I would say, technical area, doing, say, the machine learning and all the things. So we do ourselves in procurement, and we have somebody who is working also in procurement on competence development. But what we realized, it's super complicated to have them in sync, because we need somebody who kind of sets the pace. And this is what we have now set up in a digital transformation office, who says, okay, this is step one, and for step one, I need this process first, and in order to have the process, I need this application, and the users need to have this and that capability going forward. So this is how we structurally run our transformation, and I think that goes quite well. And looking into our organization, I mean, just to give you a flavor, we have plus minus 3,000 procurement colleagues around the globe, and you cannot run that centrally. At least I wouldn't try. And here we have a hybrid model, and the hybrid model helps us a lot in terms of we have like a core team centrally having, many of them are in the room actually today. They have great competence, great competence, are really spearheading this transformation. But then again, you need also boots on the ground. You need somebody who can translate that ideas, that concepts, into something that is really adding value to the business. So they tweak it, they basically take it, or as a colleague of mine always says, you can't do it. It's like you're not ordering something on Amazon. It's not ready to be used. Yeah. You cannot say, I want to have this and that solution. So we come up with 80%, something like that. And then in connection with the decentral teams, it's being customized, we train it, and we make sure, and I think this is the crucial point, it's being anchored in the organization. Because you cannot, from a central team, even though my central team is a very global team, but still it's a central team, you cannot just drive transformation with a percentage or a fraction of the team. You need the acceptance and you need the insight of the team. And for us, that has worked quite well. So really having, I would say, meanwhile, a very knowledgeable team, both centrally and decentral.
Cool. Before we go into maybe some other question for you around some other prerequisite for success in any transformation, I'll then turn to you, Dan, because of, again, that experience with Schneider, very similar. I remember also back in the days talking about category strategy at Schneider, where I don't know if we made up that word, it existed between global and local, we came up with glocal. So I'd like to reflect on that experience at Schneider and now at American Airlines, which is very different, in terms of like, based on your experience in different industries, different contexts, what can you share with us around helping people understand where you draw the line between what is global or central and what is local? I think you had some advantages in American Airlines because everybody's around and stuff, but can you say a bit more around that?
Yeah, again, I think in Barbara's world, that's a much more complicated situation. And you think of American Airlines, you think, oh, that's a very global company. We operate in 350 airports around the world, right? But the reality is we have one P&L in our company, right? My entire team is in one building.
That makes a huge difference.
And all the decisions all the decisions that matter really in our company in terms of the strategic direction are made, on one campus. So it really simplifies getting the alignment of the organization, which is fantastic. So we manage procurement centrally. When I came into the company, I was the first CPO in more than a decade in American Airlines. And it's not that they weren't doing professional procurement, they were doing it just in different pockets of the organization. So IT had its own procurement organization. The technical operations organization, which does the maintenance and overhaul of aircraft and engines, had procurement embedded in their broader supply chain group. Just a few examples, in some departments like commercial real estate, didn't have a dedicated procurement team, just project managers did their own procurement, right? So it wasn't super professional, and it wasn't emphasized, and procurement as a function had no seat at the table, really, at any level in the organization. So with the creation of the CPO role, that elevated the function. On the first day I arrived, we put all those teams together into one organization. Similar to Barbara, we built a procurement excellence organization to be kind of the brains and the muscle to drive transformation across the organization. And like I said earlier, the focus at the beginning is, pay the bills. How you pay the bills in procurement is driving cost and cash. So we just started doing that immediately with the people that we had. It wasn't enough people. We didn't have the right level of competence. We just started to build it from the ground up. And my approach was just very practical. I just started reviewing every contract over $5 million. We'd sit down together with the team and the stakeholders, look at the deal, and have a discussion about, okay, what makes this a good deal or not? How did we arrive at this conclusion? What will we do differently the next time, right? And then the next time the next deal comes to the table, we have the same conversation, and it's a little bit of a better result because we applied the learnings from the earlier conversation. And this started the cost and cash engine running, right? And when that's going, in parallel, building the procurement excellence organization and defining the mid to longer term strategy, we defined then, okay, what is our policy? What are our processes going to be? What is our digital roadmap, right, to enable all of those processes? And by the way, because we've got that cost and cash engine running, we have money now that we can invest in this transformation. And we've earned the trust also of the leadership and of our stakeholders because of the results that we've driven just through, again, practical, good procurement practices.
So quick wins, collaboration, defining the roadmap. And on that roadmap, can you say a bit more around what were your first needs in terms of like, so we're going to switch to a bit more tech, but building that digital roadmap. There are many organizations who are trying to do it. I would say a lot struggle in terms of where should I start, what should be priority one. So you already explained your approach to funding the roadmap through these quick wins, etc. But then looking the next step and building that roadmap, what kind of stuff can you share with the audience that could help them build their own roadmap?
Sure. For me, again, night and day compared to the industrial world. So,
of course.
In the industrial world, as Barbara was explaining, she has a very complex
we'll go to
tech stack,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
So to bring in new technology on top of that, it can get really messy really fast. In American Airlines, we're in a bit of a different situation, again, because we have just one P&L, and we don't have the same legacy of all of those systems. So it's a bit of a blank page in terms of the whole, digitizing the whole source-to-pay process. And quite just to put it simply, we have, of course, like any company, a base ERP where all the transactions run. We're not supposed to say the names of any tech companies, so I won't say the name of our ERP. I'll just give the initials, SAP. There's only one, so I think we all have the same. But nobody in procurement is working in that tool, right? So we have a source-to-pay suite that sits on top of that. That is kind of our base operating environment for procurement. And in some categories, there's a special system, like in tech ops. You can imagine topics like traceability and spare parts is super important. So there's a specialized source-to-pay suite specific to aviation that we're using for that one. So some categories have a special one, but generally speaking, there's that source-to-pay suite. That was there when I arrived. It wasn't really well deployed because the company bought it just before COVID, so they had to scale back the deployment. So we had spent some time to reconfigure that source-to-pay suite to get it so it's digitizing the process end to end. And then we have just some best-in-breed solutions for certain things like Spend Cube, for example. And we have a really sexy Spend Cube that helps us harmonize our supplier master, helps us categorize the spend, and get a good looking glass into what's happening in the business, for example. And there's a few other specialty things on top. And then, on top of that, now we're looking into, okay, how do we take advantage of some of the great technologies that are in the room next door and across the hall? And there we're starting with AI native intake orchestration to help us, better engage with our internal stakeholders, make us easier to do business with. And then also autonomous sourcing. So we're going with a couple of spaces where it's a little bit more mature. There's multiple options to choose from. It's proven technology, right? So we're just taking it step by step.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, pretty impressive. And I guess you're pretty envious, right? That thing, one P&L. I don't know how many P&L you have in Siemens, but probably more than one, at least two. So for you, we've had very different context with maybe more legacy or system in place, processes, etc. Barbara, what's been your approach to building that roadmap in that spaghetti landscape and making sure that whatever you do adds value? How do you approach that?
Well, I think there's different angles to that. So number one is how we approach it. A colleague of mine, I think, put it nicely and said, we're not looking for platforms, we're looking for capabilities. Why is that so? Because I strongly believe whatever you install as a platform, number one, it locks you in. And I know there's a number of platform providers in that room and in this conference, but this is how we look at it. So we're looking for capabilities in order, number one, to be too dependent, but also not to have the process too much designed towards a certain application. Not only to not be locked in, but given, say, the variety and the flexibility of our organization, we cannot have a one-size-fits-all model, because this is then a shady compromise that really nobody is using and provides value. So this is why we're looking, as the colleague said, into installing capabilities. That is, I think, for us, a fundamental. The other topic, of course, is how do we add value to the businesses? Again, we say, what again do we want to drive centrally? Because there is a benefit of having it across the organization. Because once the organization understands how data, for example, are being used, so a number of the data we are collecting, we use, for example, for resilience measures, risk mitigation, then I think it's very clear for the organization why it makes sense to run that centrally, because it comes back to them in a different context. In other areas, for example, we deliberately allow the business to be flexible, and very often we are being asked to be or to support or to drive a solution which they think is a very viable option, and it might even be. But we would only do that under two preconditions. One, it is scalable. So that means whatever we do in one specific business, we could apply at least to the wider organization. So there is a benefit of investing some efforts there. And the second one, of course, it needs to fit to our roadmap. So what I wouldn't like us to do is to have a random collection of say, individual initiatives that at the end do not add up to our wider picture, where, again, coming back to the target figure, to the target state, that brings us closer to this target state. Because I think there's a huge risk with all the possibilities you have around, and it's keeping changing, that you're constantly being distracted and you're losing basically sight of what you finally wanted to achieve. It's being diluted. And this is, I think, not only confusing to the organization, I think it's a little bit of always being busy but getting nowhere. Because you have, it's not interlinked. It's just different solutions that kind of give different benefits, but it's not adding up. And this is what we do not want to have. So this is why I think we have a very rigid decision-making process in terms of which projects...
Structured.
A structure, I'm not sure. But it's quite rigid, and for us it works well in this complex organization, where I say, which projects do we want to follow? And which we rather not, because I understand the local business who wants it, but overall it doesn't give us the advantage for the next and maybe for the third step. And then the business obviously is free to do what they want to do. They can fund it, we can give advice, but we are not supporting it, at least not structurally. And this is how we have driven it so far, and I would say it makes sense because it still gives us the flexibility to maneuver left and right, because we all see it every single day. You cannot basically predict or use a tool that you're basically locked in for the next years, because it's such a volatile and fast-changing environment. So we are working basically with sprints. So we're looking into 3 to 6 months. Then we install something. Then we basically lean back and say, okay, now let's pause for a moment. Is it something we want to continue? Or was it good? But with today's perspective, we rather not continue. And that gives us, again, the flexibility, but also the predictability to the organization that we stay course to what we have said. Because I think that is utterly important. It might be, for us in a managerial role, it's normal to constantly have different directions and to work in this say, a volatile environment. But think of all the 3,000. You don't want to continuously give them the impression you're constantly changing your course. So we set the direction, but then we kind of, in the way we approach it, we constantly check and reassess whether we're on the right track.
Very, very interesting, because the art of the possible is so huge that making the right choices now will impact your organization for the next whatever years. So you have to make sure that you stay on course. And about stay on course and a flat path, it's a good transition to you, Dan. And
the analogies are endless.
Sorry?
I said the analogies with aviation are endless.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if you're on autopilot for your organization. No, just kidding. Like, we haven't talked so far about AI, but we will. So after, 15-something minutes? Well, not bad.
That's a record for this conference, I think.
Probably, yeah.
You're welcome.
But let's talk about it, and especially with what Barbara just said, like, AI is here. There are a lot of questions around it in terms of what it can do, what it can't. Things are moving super fast. So yeah, going back to my super analogy, how do you stay on your flight path? If you have one, I guess you have one. So yeah.
Yeah, look, when it comes to technology, in aviation, we have to be very careful. Coming back to the industrial world, right? If there's an IT outage that causes you to not be able to ship to your customers for a few hours, that's not a small problem. It's a big problem. It's got to be solved. But typically, the system comes back on after a few hours. Maybe the truck was waiting at the dock a bit longer. Maybe the supplier does get 1 or 2 days even delayed delivery. But usually there's enough slack in the system where it doesn't have a big impact. In aviation, if there's an IT outage that causes us not to be able to operate, causes a ground stop for several hours, tens of thousands of customers are immediately impacted in a super negative way, right? There's headlines, news stories about the outage, about how you screwed up or how your supplier screwed up, right? So we simply, failure is not an option for us when it comes to the IT operating environment. So, but also at the same time, we have to innovate, right? We want to be able to fly more reliably. We want to be able to give our customers a much better digital experience throughout the entire process of flying with American Airlines. So we're constantly innovating, but we have to do it in a super careful way. So when it comes to any kind of new technology, the first thing we think about, of course, is how can this create value for us? The next thing we immediately think about is what are all the things that could go wrong? And we don't take something forward at scale until we're absolutely convinced that we've worked through all the possible scenarios of what could impact the operation of the airline, what could ultimately impact our customers, to make sure that we don't revert when we take something new forward.
When the airline industry is an industry where there is a huge risk management culture because of the nature of the business. So I can imagine you can apply that easily to other areas. And you, Barbara, looking at where you are now, what are the big AI-related topics and how you see AI impacting your procurement function or Siemens procurement in the future? I mean, as much as you can read in the crystal ball.
Yeah. I mean, basically, we are focusing on two different areas, which is quite obvious, I would say. One is, of course, say, the automation in a wider sense, so the elimination of all kind of repetitive tasks. So this is very often, of course, in the purchase to pay area. This is our number one priority where we focus, because this is where we see the biggest impact in terms of really having efficiency gains, but also changing the way we work. So this is, I think, the area I think most companies probably would be active to start with. We also work in the other areas, source to contract, supplier management, but here we are way more selective in terms of what is the use cases we are following. So, for example, we are following a lot in contract management, because for us this is something I would say we were not in particular strong with to start with, and I think now using technology, I think we have made a huge step forward. And the other area, and I think this is coming back to the original theme of this session, which is the transformational part, is we apply AI in areas where we think we otherwise could not do the job. What do I mean with that? So, for example, in areas where we would not have traditionally the information available because it is in, 20 different systems buried. It would be a tremendous manual work, if at all possible, to get all this information, have the transparency. And this is where I see procurement is being changed in a way that we become more and more business advisors. But in order to be able to do this advising, you have to have the numbers, the transparency. You also need to be able to run simulations, have scenarios, you name it. And this is an area we are specifically looking into, because this is what really the business demands from us. in order to get out of, say, the classic procurement roles, which I think we're all aware of, really being able to look ahead and say, okay, board, there is three scenarios, there is the option, this is our recommendation based on A, B, C, D, and this is how we apply today AI, and I think that helps us a lot as an organization to step up and really influence the business.
Nice words. To quote someone, I don't remember that, but the exact author of that, but is to say, not technology to do slightly faster, but to do things that were previously impossible. And with those words, we'll thank you all. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Dan, for sharing your experience from 2 top CPOs. Thank you.
Thank you.
For having such an inspiring conversation live on stage during DPW Amsterdam 2025. Please give it up once more for Bertrand, Dan, Barbara. Thank you so much. And up next on this stage, how AI native leaders turn grind into greatness. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We all know that procurement can be a grind. I mean, slow processes, complex sourcing, right? Now, what if AI wasn't just a tool, but built into the DNA of your operations? That's when grind turns into greatness. In this session, you'll hear how visionary teams use AI to cut complexity, scale faster, and deliver real impact. Please join me in welcoming to the stage co-founders of LevelPath, Alex Jakubovic and Stan Garber. The floor is yours, guys. Enjoy. Have fun.
Thank you so much. All right, Alex.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Jakubovic, and this is Stan Garber, and we're so excited to tell you a little bit about LevelPath and talk about AI native procurement.
Alex, this is a big week for you.
Yeah, my first time in Amsterdam, and our first DPW on this global stage. It's Huge. And actually, this is the first time that we've been building LevelPath for a few years, but this is the first time that we're up on a big stage really talking about it and talking about what we built. So yeah, big
Those
week.
are all factually true, but that's not what I was talking about.
Okay.
Something happened this week? A big day for you?
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up. Yeah. I turned 40 just...
That's right. You know what? And we couldn't let this opportunity go by. DPW, can you help me out here real quick to celebrate Alex's birthday for just a second? They say pyro is always a good way to start one of these things.
Oh, boy.
So real quick, Alex, on 3, can we do a happy birthday? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Am I supposed to blow that out? That feels...
It's going to go out, but you can try.
That feels dangerous.
So there'll be some birthday cake right at the booth.
Yes. Now that we're all friends, thank you, DPW. Thank you, Stan. This lovely surprise. Let's talk about AI native procurement.
Let's do that. Let's do that, and let's talk about our journey that goes along with it. So Alex and I have been working together. Hopefully you could tell we're pretty comfortable with one another. We've been working together for over 2 decades now, and we've been in procurement for over a decade now. We actually started with a company in 2014 called Scout RFP. It was a sourcing application. Yeah. Scout started with a simple mission, painless RFPs. That was it. And Scout hit the market at the right time, the right place. Within a few years, Scout became one of the largest sourcing products in the market.
That's right.
We were acquired in 2019 by Workday for quite a bit, and we ended up running the Workday spend pillar for for almost 3 years. And this is where we got the itch. Alex was like, we got to go do something bigger now. Let's do this. So we left in 22 and started working what is now LevelPath. And LevelPath, so we started working in 22. We went live in 23 with our first customer. And fast forward just a few years from now, we have 120 Pathfinders on the team, wonderful, amazing individuals. We raised over $100 million from some of the biggest venture groups out there. And what we're doing is we are building a revolutionary end-to-end AI native platform from the ground up. Literally, and we're taking a very different approach. Part of the reason why, and Herman, I'm just looking at you at the DPW team, he was like, get out here, why aren't you guys out here yet? Part of the reason we delayed and we didn't want to get on stage that quickly is we wanted to come with a story. We wanted to come with users. And in just a very short amount of time, we have an incredibly large base of customers already piloting, using the product, deployed, wildly successful. We'll share some of their stories in a minute. And for us, it really started with the very simple and mission-driven purpose. It's delightful procurement. We live it, we breathe it. Alex, you even wear it. Right?
That's right. And when we set out to build a delightful procurement platform, we thought, and this was 3 years ago, we were like, okay, how are we going to do this? How is it going to be different? What's going to be unique about it, other than a new end-to-end platform, starting with a blank sheet of paper? And the thing that we made a big bet on, which was a very bold bet at the time, was to build the whole thing AI native. So not add AI later or figure out how to build AI in at some point, but or into the applications, but to make AI the foundation of what we're building right from the beginning and build everything AI first, AI native. And we made that big, bold bet based on some pretty compelling data.
100%. We were just looking at the data. AI was accelerating so quickly. I remember this moment, the first time you used, I'm not going to ask the audience, you've all used ChatGPT or something like that, where you have that aha moment.
Yeah.
And for us, when you look at it, and this is some data that, let's go back in time for a second as we go forward. We've seen how adoption works through technology. It took 38 years for radio to get 100 million listeners. It took television 13 years to get 100 million eyeballs.
Yeah.
Alex, how long did it take the internet?
Well, so it's a third of that, so maybe a third, so 12, 13 years.
A little less, 4 years.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 4 years.
It's math, it's all good. Now, if you go through that process, what do you end with? What do you think it's going to be for ChatGPT?
Well, if it's a third of that, then about a year, right?
Right, it's 60 days.
Right.
Also, tricky math. Right? And you look at this and you're like, okay, we know this. We've all experienced this. You've probably even seen this data. Here's what we're not talking about that much yet. And this is where it gets really, really exciting, because we made the bet early on when we built this company. the huge investment that's actually happening in front of our eyes right now.
Yeah.
So when you look at you look at the hyperscalers, these are just the 4 big hyperscalers today. Any takers on what they will deploy in spend this particular year? Well, fun fact, $400 billion is going to get deployed to build infrastructure. That's the chips, that's the data centers, all these things just in just this year alone.
And that's just 4 companies. That doesn't count OpenAI, Anthropic, Palantir, any of the government spending that's going into it. So this just 4 companies spending over $400 billion just this year.
And that's really the appetizer of what's to come. They're predicting right now, so by 2030, we're going to see $6.7 trillion get deployed on infrastructure development in this. And this is to power the usage that will come that's needed for all of the software, for all the personal uses that we will see.
A mind-boggling sum that goes into AI infrastructure. It's kind of hard to comprehend.
It is. So to help with that, in this 20-minute session you and I are doing right now, $63 million that have been invested into this equation.
Insane.
Now, to us, this is where it gave us even more and more conviction. The AI native shift is truly, truly happening. And for us, this is our moment.
Yeah, the moment for procurement to look at everything and say, how is it going to be different? What do we need to do to prepare for it?
We have to rethink how folks are going to operate. When you and I started so long ago, 10 years ago in this space, we were looking at one view.
Yeah.
Later, even from 12 months ago to where we are today, everything is operating at a very different pace. And what we want to do is just walk through. So as we're thinking about an end-to-end future state at the end of the day, let's walk through some very fundamental use cases on how we think about it. And then we're going to share some stories that go along with it. So running sourcing events. We've had, everybody loves running. I know, I get excited too, Alex. Running sourcing events are fun. And this is near and dear to our heart as we started with Scout back in the day. Traditionally when we started this process, folks were going through, there's a lot of email, Excel, fast forward a little bit, folks started to
scout it.
That's right, and that was fun too.
Yeah.
But then the reality, and you and I kind of look at each other and what we're thinking about the future, and that's all going to change. That's all changing. It's already happening today, and we can see this where I have a simple idea I'm going to introduce to you, Alex. We're gonna get the audience later on to participate here.
You ready?
You ready? Right? There's an agent for that.
Yeah.
There's a fundamental way to think about this differently. And the reality is you can start from using natural language. I want to buy something, from the creation of it to the supplier suggestion existing in the network and then outside the network, and then being able to launch a review, and then most importantly, analyze within seconds. Things that used to take hours are now going to take seconds.
Yeah. We've been showing Level Path all throughout the conference to people who've come by our booth, and we hope you do too. And people leave and they're like, that was cool. I mean, the hours to seconds paradigm, like when you see it in action, is so cool.
Very much so.
That's sourcing.
And that's your sourcing agent, right? Fundamentally, pretty straightforward. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into some other topics.
Sure.
Stakeholder intakes. Oh, there's nothing better than me filling out an intake form. Quick show of hand, who love intake forms?
There's always one
There's
person.
always one. I love it. Thank you. Intake forms, Alex.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, when somebody calls us, a stakeholder calls us, and we want to give them a delightful experience, we don't get out like the big form and we have, okay, so what's the cost center number? And that's not how it works.
You're like, Alex, what do you need? How can I help you? That's right. You're just having a conversation, and very much so. Now, Alex, what do you think I'm going to suggest next? What do we do to solve this?
I think there's an agent for that.
That's right. There is an agent for that. There's a concierge agent now, right? The ability to kick off a natural workflow using natural language to go through and actually kick off, just like you would talk to somebody, just being able for them to come in, fill out a few data points, and then have a conversation back and forth. Sure, you might still have to pick up the phone even after they do this, but the idea is to make it simple to the user and ask relevant information that's actually important to them versus a slew of the mega form, the 96 questions they have to click through, and have it fast. All right, so that's a good one. All right, now, what about contracts?
Oh, contracts.
Contracts. How many conversations have we been? It's like, I need help creating them. Then we ask the simple question of like, where are your contracts? And they're like, they're in a big SharePoint. They're in a big Dropbox. They're literally in a filing cabinet sometimes, right? Or it's like, where's the metadata? Where do you have all of that? Whether it's the searching, the creation, all of this information.
Everything contracts.
So what are we going to do about this?
I think the audience is starting to get it. There's an...
There is.
We'll get it on the next one. We'll get it on the next one.
This is why we try. We do this. There's an agent for that. Yes. And we're going to give some amazing examples around this. But the fundamental idea here, you shouldn't have to go through all of this in a manual fashion. This is all text that you're going through this process. You can modify, you can exchange. And whether you're doing a search for some data, whether you're developing new information, you're doing side-by-side comparisons, you have the tech stack to do that now. There's an agent for that. All right. What do you think? One more?
Yeah, let's do one more.
All right, risk evaluations and risk monitoring.
Woohoo!
Everybody's talking about risk. It's important.
It is important.
And when you think about that, the challenge you get, though, is there's so many steps in the process. And you have to make sure you follow that, whether you're doing active monitoring or you're just doing the onboarding part of the process right now. There's all of these things. And then from the onboarding, you have obligation management that will get created out of it, tracking it, organizing. And then guess what? As time goes on, all that information kind of is a time, that one place that it happened, and then going back to it's kind of a pain. You don't get a chance to do this very often.
It takes a lot of time to do it right.
So what are we going to do about it, Alex?
It's a good thing that... Yeah.
You guys are so good. I love this.
Well done.
That's right. There's an agent for that as well. And how we think about it, it's the exact same. You're starting with a core interface. You're starting with something that you know, you've experienced, everything you're using in a consumer-facing UI. You want to be able to bring that in and going through from the, let's actually kick off based on who you are and what kind of risk level you are as a supplier, IT versus services and others. And then from there, the whole trigger gets set off, and then the agents do their work. And these are all things that we're doing today. This isn't, we're not on stage talking about things that don't exist. We are talking about things that are actively happening and going through this motion today. And then all of this writes to the record of the supplier to track the obligation around that based on triggers you pre-configure that simply say based on time, based on risk flags, based on other things happening even in the global economy, let me kick off additional actions that go with it. Because all agents are action monitors at the end of the day. Right. So, and the big thing about these agents that we're talking about, they need to be right for your business.
That's right.
Right,
it's
Alex?
not one size fits all. Exactly. And we're not just talking about, there's a reason we're not saying we have agents for that, or there's...
At least not on this stage right now.
That's right. But we of course have agents for all of those things and more, and also an agent studio where you could build custom agents for pretty much anything that you need. But there's tons of great companies in the next hall over talking about excellent agents and lots of startups building things that are AI native from the ground up that are brand new.
100%. And when you think about that, there's so many different types. And the one thing that we really focus and emphasize, not every two businesses is the same. And as you think about architecting this for your organization, if you come out of the box and like, here's our standard agent, that's going to work for a minute, right? Then very quickly you're going to realize every business has got a different sourcing workflow, a front door workflow, a risk and compliance workflow, how they look and monitor contracts is different. So whether you're orchestrating many steps in the process through an orchestration agent that you're talking within a platform stack, or you're going in and out of other applications, or you're actually doing work at a specific point, like help me review this contract, help me analyze this sourcing event, help me build this side-by-side review, like a very simple prompt agent. All of it configured to your needs today. Like that's power and that's automation. And we're going to talk about that and how we were actually going through and working with customers that have embraced this idea, how they've embraced agents in their ecosystem.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
All right, Alex, let's start with one of my favorite customers, GATX.
Yes.
Right? They've been around. They're a large, incredibly large freight logistics organization.
Yeah, they've been around for over 125 years now, which is amazing.
Almost as old as you now.
Oh. And they're actually one of the largest, if not the largest, train leasing company in the world. So a huge company, global, and doing this on a global scale. And imagine this scenario. Your leadership team comes to you and says, we want to run 10 times the number of sourcing events that we've run before in the same year with the same team. That's what GATX was looking at.
And GATX, they started working with us, and Bob Campbell, their head of sourcing, was tasked with this idea. And his natural instinct was they've got 16 support centers across North America that they was like, this is where a lot of spend is happening at too. And so what he did, we sat down with him within a short amount of time, we actually built a sourcing agent that was designed to go do a series of actions that they needed to go get done that's based on their criteria, and we went out and built it. We then did a very simple training exercise. He did it, actually, not us. He did a simple sourcing training exercise with all of those groups, empowered the individual category leaders and all those repair centers to go out and do it. And
they were up and running in days, which is
and then
amazing.
The goal of 10x over the year was actually accomplished 10x over the first quarter. Folks started using the tech to actually do their work. Like, that's a very real world example.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's talk about Western Union, another iconic brand.
Absolutely. They actually started as a telegram company, so they know a thing or two about disruptive technology.
They sure do. So one of the best stories, I was speaking earlier to the CPO, Joe, and I was like, Joe, walk me through, you're using AI-related tools now today. Walk me through, like, how does it making your life personally better as a CPO? And one of my favorite simple stories, he's like, you know what, Stan? He's like, typically what I've typically done is I get about 3 to 4 emails every week or a call in between there from a leader within the business asking about a specific supplier, a specific contract, something. And normally I would take that, send that over to somebody to review. I would then take a look at that, review it, and then send it back to them. It took me about 36, 48 hours to go through that process. Some of you probably shaking your head, something that you have to deal with all the time. He's like, now I just type in the supplier name, the contract data pulls up, and then I just search using natural language, copy and paste, search. It comes with the reply. Literally, I hit copy, put it in the email right back because it's already formatted to a natural language style. He could tweak it, but he's like, I've taken something that took me 36 hours to reply to the business down to 5 minutes, and I do it myself when I need to. And my leaders have asked me, why am I doing this so much faster?
Yeah.
And that is a very real example of how things that took hours now take
seconds. It's magic.
It's just how software should work, Alex. But
well, yeah.
as we think about other great examples, SSM Health, a massive health organization.
Yes. 23 big hospitals throughout the U.S. In the Midwest.
Heavily regulated. And they, obviously with tariffs happening across the globe, specifically in America, they very quickly, their head of supply chain was tasked with, I need you to look through all of our contracts. So in natural order, he went to our biggest stakeholder, Rachel, and was like, Rachel, I need you and your team to figure this out through our contract stack.
And I know we can all imagine this scenario because something happens in the news and we have to react to it. And it's something that may be completely different. We've seen a lot of this over the last few years where we have to go and figure out, hey, what's in our supplier base? What's in our contracts? How do we react to this in a great way?
And guess what? Rachel did not read 10,000 contracts. No. She did not. She literally went through, used her discovery agent to go through, identify this $45 million worth of risk exposure that they had incredibly quickly and brought that back to the head of supply chain, back to the board.
Where they were able to be
very quickly. Yeah, they were happy about this. And the theme that you're hearing us talk about very actively, AI native infrastructure, the impact you're going to see is things that take hours now take seconds.
That's right.
And to me, and to us, that is what we're trying to accomplish with this idea of delightful procurement. It's so critical in how we think through all of this, because the delight will come through that natural order.
That's right. Now, Stan, these jackets, these delightful procurement jackets.
Those are nice jackets.
They are, and they come with a special built-in feature. See, each one of these comes with this delight button.
What you got over there? Let's hit it.
That's delightful.
Oh, that is really cute. You know, the only thing is that's really good for like a conference room, not a conference like DPW. Could we try that one more time with the help of DPW?
That's delightful.
That's what I'm talking about. Got to have some fun up here. Now, with that, thank you so much for taking the time to hear a little bit about our mission, our vision here at Level Path. We're very much so on this big mission to build the next end-to-end AI native approach and make the process delightful along the way. So please connect with us, chat with us afterwards. We've got a lot of love for this industry and a big future ahead. So thanks, everyone at DPW.
Thank you, everyone.
back one more time. One more time, the back of their jackets. I think it's amazing. Delightful procurement. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
You were amazing, very inspiring. Thanks. So remember, there's always an agent for that. Thank you so much. The guys from Level Path, thank you. Now for you, people, don't go anywhere because a clear roadmap to AI in procurement is coming up. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Procurement leaders everywhere feel the pressure to move fast on AI. But speed without strategy can backfire, right? So the real challenge, how do you adopt AI effectively, get a whole organization on board, and scale with impact? That's exactly what our next session is all about, moderated by Andrew Bartolini from Ardent Partners, joined by Anne Ealing from TISA, David Armstrong from BP, and Ilona Piekoszewska from Givaudan. Please welcome them with a thunderous applause. Thank you. The floor is yours. Enjoy.
Cool. Good morning, everybody. we thought it would make sense just to give some context. I know that we were just introduced, but to give some context to the answers that these three esteemed procurement leaders are about to give you, we want to just get a general sense of the organization, size and scope of the procurement team, and a sense of the spend as well. So, Ilona, could we maybe start with you?
Thank you so much. My name is Ilona Piekoszewska. I'm Global Head of Indirect Procurement at Givaudan. Some may ask, what is Givaudan? We do the amazing fragrances and also the flavors. We are a Swiss-based company with 4 billion spent in procurement.
Very good.
David.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Armstrong. I work for BP. I'm the VP of Strategy and Sustainability, which is essentially all the center of excellence activities from contracting to digital garage, which I'll talk about. And BP as a whole, we spend about $28 billion in our supply chain, got 31,000 suppliers, probably too many, hence why we're trying to figure out how to consolidate that. And we've got about 150 houses across the globe as well, so a bit of a size and scale as to where BP is.
Great. Anne?
My name is Anne Ehling. I'm working for TESA, which is a global leader in adhesive technology. We have about 1 billion spent in procurement with a very global footprint, which is a challenge, but also a big chance. I have a similar role actually like David, so I'm also leading the excellence team with compliance, processes, digitalization, topics, and obviously currently a lot of AI.
Awesome, awesome. So fast-tracking AI, right? So, let's talk about getting started. And so, Ilona, let's start with you, right? So organizationally, what was the catalyst or what was the driver that said, now is the time for us to start thinking about and actually doing AI?
No, very good question. I think many of us has asked this question, but I would like, to bring you a little bit how I feel about the AI in procurement. And imagine yourself in the airport, you go through duty-free store, and you have those different perfumes, and you are wondering which actually I would wear, every day. For me, it's a little bit, the same with AI in procurement. We have so many solutions at our hand, but which one are we choosing today? So how did we move on at Givaudan, with AI? I think, first of all, it was really all about being curious and turning the curiosity into the urgency. Yes, so I felt it was, the first thing. But obviously, we had our challenges. Yes, the business was growing. We had to catch up. Yes, we wanted to be a real partner at the table. But, with the high workload, the supply chain, complexity, it was really tough. So, we ran fast 5 pilots during 12 months.
Okay.
Hear me here. No excuses. And we realized that, actually turning back to where we were, even after those pilots, it's extremely difficult because you become, much more higher added value to your business. So this is how we started.
Very interesting.
I think for us, it was about 2 years ago. We were on an ERP transformation journey like many of us here are. And I think it's when we started to look at the Eloise Epstein, the spider graph map that I think she's now retired earlier this year. And we just saw the proliferation of so many tech solutions and tools coming into the marketplace. And we as BP were honestly naturally worried that we were going to get left behind and that we weren't in the forefront and making the use of all these new tools and opportunities that we had. So that's what we looked at. The ERP journey is going to take many years. And so how do we make sure we get in there and don't get left behind and ultimately don't have the competitive advantage that we need to continue with?
Mm-hmm. So, Anne, I don't know, there's many scents of the AI, to use the perfume analogy, right? But what was the driving force for you?
Actually, so we have the advantage that our global tech stack is very harmonized. So we had a good starting point, actually, to now look for AI solutions that we can quickly roll out globally, which is really good. TESA is a very innovative company. So the whole topic of AI mindset, AI-first mindset is very broadly spread to the whole organization. Sure. So we didn't even have to fight for it somehow. So we came up from the team with good ideas already. And then at the same time, we were very much supported by a global communication pushed by the board, pushed by the whole management.
Oh, got it. So David, right? So for organizations, and I'm sure many in the audience have already started their journey, but probably some have not. When you think about getting started, right? What are some recommendations? What are one or two things that you would say, definitely put on your agenda here?
Yeah, I really like the mantra: think big, start small, and scale fast, and that really rings true within BP, within procurement, and within our digital sort of journey at the moment. And certainly being at DPW, it stretches our minds. We get to think, we get to see what's out there, the art of the possible, agentic AI, agents. We're certainly not in that space yet. We don't have agents. We'd love to get there. We know that's where we want to go. So we're thinking big, we're dreaming big, a dream of what we could become and transform our procurement function. But we're not there yet, so we've got to start small, where we are today, and then we've got to scale fast. And so 3 things generally that have worked for us over the last 2 years. Firstly, we set up what we call a digital garage. So within the procurement function, we have roughly about 5 people, and it's their sole job to go and find and see and be at these sort of events, new different tech solutions. And within the garage, we then do proof of concepts, we can then pilot, and then from that, scale up as well. And we have our own budget. So we have a team, and we have our own budget that's protected from the IT and technology budget. So we can then use that and make sure that we can then really deploy into these pilots and test these new technologies. I think secondly, it's really important for us to start with the business problem we're trying to solve, rather than the next shiny tech solution and try and shoehorn that back into the organization. So the team, for example, have just run a hackathon, or many hackathons within the different procurement teams. And many of those teams don't have a clue what's out there. They're just head down delivering their procurement job. But they do know they have lots of business problems and issues within their working that they want us to try and solve. So we have a backlog of them. We then rank them in terms of efficiency of the organization and effectiveness getting up after our third-party spend. We rank them in ease of implementation and impact. And then we agree as a procurement leadership team on an annual basis the short list of those that will then make the pilots into the digital garage for that following year. And I think the third area I'd pick up on is governance. And I think part of this theme is around how do you innovate at pace, but also have the right checks and balances and guardrails. And certainly within the garage concept, there's a bit of governance getting in. So we do the hackathons, we have the PLT reviews before then the pilots get initiated, and a bit of technology and IT oversight. But we have quite stringent checks and balances to get out of the garage to go to full-scale deployment and scale-up. From our technology team, clearly the integration across our existing landscape is key. The IT teams, budgets, and then our own user feedback as well from both internally within procurement and the business. And so we've got a number of metrics and KPIs we score ourselves on that we agree before the pilots start, and then we have to hit before then we're allowed out of the garage. And typically the pilots would last 6 months to a year. And then from that, we scale up. And they've been really successful. Over the last 2 years, we've got many of them that are out there at the moment with sort of Sergio and Kiovar, Axiom, Amazon for Business. Many of these sort of tech solutions have sort of come through that digital garage and now in deployment and scale up within BP.
And I don't know if you had a garage or what was your approach?
Actually, I like the garage terminology. It's nice.
Yes, it's really good.
At TESA, we call it Agent Factory. So we work a lot in a way that we think in different use cases. So what we did in procurement was actually looking back, what was a bit naively that we said, okay, we have the source-to-pay process, and we have different pain points alongside this process.
Okay.
And then we looked, okay, our strategic pillars that we want to work on in the next years, which use cases would be most interesting to follow up on. And then we tried to develop agents on our own. So we had actually like a 3-layer approach. Looking back, I can say that it's a 3-layer approach. So we have like really easy use cases where teams, like my very ambitious team is then looking into, okay, how can we develop agents or prompts on ourselves? There could be easy ones, like we search through this SharePoint and provide the right information. We do a financial risk check of an agent and provide that to the procurement team, such things. And then there was the next level that was rather sophisticated use cases for agents. So agents that would be connected then to our tech stack with integration with interfaces, right? And this one we couldn't do alone. But we have a strong IT supporting us there. And we have already a very nice use case live, which is a risk agent where we do proper risk screening from several perspectives for our preferred suppliers on the web. So really, yeah, I think very nice case where we also, save now license fees for a SaaS solution. And then the third level would rather be like these really tech stack integration in terms of really, choosing one of the awesome startup solutions that's here on the market and really put it on top of our ERP solution. And this would obviously take a bit longer, take a bit more preparation. And what we do here is look for real guided buying for purchase to pay, because we always have the challenge that people don't like, the PR interface. So here we chose a solution that is now currently being implemented by my team, and it's very promising. So these 3 layers, I think it's good to look at it a bit differently, because the first layer is like really hands-on, quick learnings, the team can do it themselves, and this is also fostering then the adoption in the team.
How many agents do you have today?
I think like really good working, maybe 3 to 4. And then there are the ones that are in the pipeline. So
any challenges with rolling them out on top of the systems you have?
I think the adoption is a topic, right? So people need to be open to work with those agents. So we have an awesome agent that is called Negotiate, negotiation preparation. And then the team needs to take it and say, well, okay, maybe this guy is giving me some input that I can use, and not, sitting there and say, well, I negotiate for 30 years. Why would that help me, So.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, right? So, I mean, talking about change, right? I think, all the talk about AI, sometimes I think it gets lost that AI, it's still a technology initiative, right? And so there's the people, there's the process, there's the technology, and there's the data. But Anne, let's ask about your approach on the adoption side, right? On the human side. Tell us a little bit about what your strategy was for adoption.
Yeah, I think it's our major challenge, and it's very important because we can do a lot in a garage or in an agent factory or whatever. People don't work with it. So we have an approach that we have a learning journey predefined for the global organization. So the whole teams, every team is going through dedicated trainings throughout the year. This is one thing that is really helpful, I think, to bring people to understand what are agents, what is AI, and also lose a bit the fear about this topic. And what we do in procurement, or in general, maybe one more general thing, we have AI ambassadors. So we have a community of AI ambassadors spread all over the organization that should facilitate the use case ideation, and then supported obviously by a very strong governance from our IT and a value-based evaluation framework that lies behind it. And what we do in procurement on top, because we still experience this, we call it passive resistance. And, I didn't have time to try it. So what we're doing is, my team is really strong in that, having a monthly call with the global team for AI developments. So we talk about new prompts, new agents. We did even an agent contest, so asking the team to develop their own agents and, having celebrate the winner, such things. And I think that is very nice to have a bit hands-on learning for the whole team.
And that agent factory all sits within procurement?
The agent factory is driven by our IT.
IT.
Yeah, so that is really well supported from the IT. That's awesome, yeah.
Cool.
Ilona, so talk a little bit about your own organization, right? Is there some, knowledge sharing? Is there reskilling? How do you get your team to, fast track AI?
Well, I think it's a good question. I think the first month, how we, we gave the tools to the team. We, provided training. We motivated, but we didn't see, to be honest, a huge movement. So we changed a little bit approach, yes, and our KPIs turned less to the savings, more to the adoption, and this is where we actually saw a huge change, yes. Not only change, in the adoption, but also in delivering the value. So I think the team also saw, well, if we work with the tools, we do better, we deliver more, and we have more time for the added value. So I think this was a changing point in our organization.
Okay. yeah. So David, your organization, obviously a massive organization, right? And so, thinking big, I think is, even thinking small for some companies, you're thinking big. But to get it to scale as quickly as you want, talk about some of the strategies you have to get people comfortable with the concept of AI and comfortable with actually using it.
Yeah, no, I love some of the concepts fellow panelists have sort of mentioned. We have what's called sort of accelerator skills within the procurement function. We've got sort of 6 of them the last sort of year or two that sort of sit above the sort of core procurement competencies that you'd expect us to have. And one of them is digital acceleration. So we have ambassadors, we have change accelerator squads to really try and accelerate the use of AI, the training, the adoption. But there's much more we need to be doing. Okay. And just hearing sort of the agent factory, I'm jealous of it. I really want that. I think the digital garage has been super successful, and we'll continue with it. But I think just from hearing today as well and some of the talks, how do we move to tackle our data to not get it perfect, but then also use the agentic AI and agents to sit on top. And I think, the couple of areas we really want to home in on is around intake and orchestration. Okay. And our tail spend. I said we've got about 31,000 suppliers. They generally all sit within the procurement sort of oversight. Mm-hmm. I think those sort of 2 areas are big ones that we want to get after and optimize ultimately as well. But then once we've done that as well, how do we sit that agentic layer on top? And I think that'll take time within our ERP landscape. We've got over 45 ERP systems, but I think we'll get there.
Yeah. So massive, like 45 ERPs is at a different scale. But so obviously, you're right. AI, powered by, driven by data, right? And so the quality of what AI delivers to you is going to depend in large part on the quality of the inputs. So David, let's start with you first, right? So talk a little bit, right? So you mentioned governance, and you mentioned 45 ERPs. So this is a big amount of it's huge. It's massive. So talk a little bit about your approach on how you're preparing the data, how you're managing it.
Yep. It's not perfect today, and our strategy to deal with our data is not perfect either, and it's one of my team's sort of focus areas. So give a little bit of context. Procurement, about 2 months ago, we moved from reporting to the CFO within BP, and now we've moved to the EVP of technology. And one of the reasons for that is the need to really drive the technology adoption. And BP as a whole see procurement as a strategic function and as a lever ultimately to help control our third-party costs. And so that's why we've moved to group technology. We've just appointed a technology officer.
Within procurement?
Within procurement now. So they sit in technology, but they're fully seconded to us. Now with a team with data architects and data scientists to really then help supercharge our infrastructure within procurement, but also our data. And I think, certainly I've been challenged today on some of the talks to listen to, our data doesn't need to be perfect. What is clean, let's start there. Yeah. And then we'll harmonize more and more as we go. And as our ERP systems rationalize over the next few years as well, that will help. So I think it's a multi-stranded approach that we need to take on managing our data, but lots more to do. And one of the takeaways from me, and one of the things we're working on, is a data strategy. So how do we make sure we're very intentional around how we're going to manage and clean our data to enable AI?
Right, and so then with the reporting structure and that shift, and now you have your own CTO and you're hiring data scientists, right? So you're responsible for procurement's data, but in conjunction with
absolutely
IT.
Yes.
So just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we will ultimately own it. Yeah. So probably at some point I'll appoint a chief data officer as well. So ultimately that sits with us. But right now within BP, it's a little fragmented with where the standards, the taxonomy sits, the KPIs, the metrics. And so we want to bring all that together and make sure we standardize and have a consistent data layer and data governance upon which then we can build from.
Right. So Anne, you were talking about sort of spend harmonization, and that was maybe the jumping off point for your AI initiative. Talk a little bit about the data management in a bigger picture, what you're doing around sort of the cleansing and the harmonization and the governance as well.
Yeah, data, I think we have very similar challenges. So the data topic is very crucial to make AI happen, right? We know that very much. So what we did actually, because we know that we are not so strong in that, we started really with more process-driven AI topics. But we're now really at the same starting point, actually, to say, okay, we need to look at that more. We need to have a database that is, searchable, and that where we can do advanced spend analytics on. So that is one of our big next topics to go for. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So, technology, right? So Ilona, right? So given all of the different perfumes in the world, given all of the fantastic technology vendors that are in the room and out in the pavilion, talk a little bit about how you went through the solution selection process and what were your considerations?
Yeah, I think this is a great topic, yes. As we are procurement, we are also expected to follow the procurement process, yes, even when selecting the digital tools, yes. My view is that we can't really follow the common procurement process when, at least starting with the pilots, yes, because you even don't know sometimes what this tool can do for you. Of course, you define your problem and you look for the solution. But I think, if you go with a standard process, you will just tick the box. It meets this requirement, but you really don't know what you can do on top. And I think the beauty we have today with all the startups, organization, it's we can co-create, yes? So we are not getting something off the shelf. We and our teams, I have to say, they can be really actively, co-creating with those companies. And this is also what is driving the engagement of the teams to see, well, I give a feedback, they incorporate that, and what's nice, we don't give the bill back, that it was custom for Givaudan.
Okay.
So, it's also a different approach, and we've been, truly enjoying, the different partnerships with those organizations, because this is how, the procurement problems are being solved. So that's one of the approaches. The other approach, I think, why we are all here, yes, I think DPV is really excellent opportunity to really find, what's a great match for the companies you want to work with, to support you, also to get inspired, exchange with your peers. So I would say, yes, RFP to an extent, of course, you need to do your proper due diligence and so on, but ticking all the boxes, definitely not.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're looking at, technology vendors, how what are you looking for, I guess, is the big question.
For vendors, you mean, for solutions?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like I said, we started with very single use cases, right? That we did case by case, and we also had some major learnings. I think I liked really very much on the McKinsey speech this morning. That was said that it's a learning competition, and I agree. Because the faster you learn, the quicker you can adapt your strategy, right? So we started with really isolated use cases, and what we're doing now, and I think that is a challenge, to go more for enterprise architecture solution, right? To see that it could be a one-way lane if you only do isolated use cases. So rather look into how do these use cases overlap? Yep. Where do we see common interfaces that we need to streamline those interfaces, right? And then have a platform that you work on that really connects all these agents and fancy stuff you can do today. And that's the next level for us.
David, talk a little about BP's approach.
Yeah, I think it's what I mentioned before around the digital garage. We take quite a neutral approach to our technology landscape. Okay. And very much it's around what's the problem we're trying to solve, and then making sure we can match it against it. However, I do think it's now starting to rebalance, because the agents that you're talking about, that's something you have to proactively force on. And I think the teams just don't know what's out there really. And so I think certainly a learning for me is to try and get those agentic workflows and agents on top. And I think that's something we proactively will need to push the other way. But other than that, we're quite a neutral in terms of who we select.
Right. So we're talking about fast tracking, but also, right, we need to be managing and thinking about the long term, right? And so, and when you look at, how do you start these initiatives while also building towards something bigger and more sustainable? Talk a little bit about the approach and the thought process behind it.
Yeah. So, like I said, we have these quick wins that we I think we should continue doing, right? Because it's also a lot of adoption in the team, that they really try out things on their own, and so we should definitely follow up on that. But then we have the long bets, where we really have to think about how can we restructure our whole ERP setup, where do we need deep integration in our tech, and this will not happen from today to tomorrow. So doing both in parallel, I think that's the key, right? To keep on doing quick wins and at the same time thinking ahead and saying, okay, where do I want to be in a few years, and what's the target picture and how do we get there? But also the major challenge, because the quick wins are a lot easier, right?
Sure. Ilona, talk a little about it.
Yeah, I think, delivering on the pilots and value, super important, yes. It also builds the credibility and trust within the organization. And you're not just, being a center, that creates additional costs, but actually you are able to deliver the value, either it's a P&L, is it also the cash flow? You are gaining the visibility really to the executive level at the organizations. I think that's also super important to make it success. Of course, if it fails from time to time, yes, we should allow that to our teams, also to our partners, and help them also, to learn from those failures. I think this is really what a real partnership with those suppliers, those startups really means to me, and we should be also have the level of forgiveness and support them to make this journey really a success for both.
David?
I think maybe just a different lens is around our people. We've got to remember we're doing this not in end to itself. The end is not to have a beautiful orchestrated supply chain end to end, though I'm sure we'd all wish we had that with underlying data as well. Actually, we're doing this to enable our people to be much more effective in what they do and how they do it, and ultimately support BP in this case, get after our third-party spend and control our costs and become ultimately more competitive. So that's what. So we have to really focus on the why as well as the what and how we're sort of rolling it out. And certainly I've observed, even as tools come out the garage, they don't just get adopted on the next day. You have to keep working hard, and it can take even another year or two for full-scale adoption, cross-learning, sharing, and you've got to keep at it. You can't just keep throwing more and more tools. It's a mindset shift the organization needs to have.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would absolutely agree, right? So often, right, there's that first wave and the big push, and you hit that target, and then you just sort of coast on that. So you see so many organizations not continuing to just set the benchmark higher, set the target higher, set the usage higher. And I think that's a lost opportunity. But we're coming to the end, and we want you guys to pull out your crystal balls and imagine that you find yourselves here at DPW 2027, right? How do you think AI will have impacted your role in the organization, but also the entire procurement function, right? You can start to see the progression and where this is going. But Ilona, let's start here.
Yeah, so my imagination would go really towards how our team and AI agents and technology really works together. How the orchestration behind, goes a little bit like the Disney experience. I love to refer to that, really have this experience as well. And obviously, how we turn the risk into the opportunities, how we create the value, and how we can really not just be a function, procurement as a function, but really the agents that can really impact the business, and not tomorrow, but really today.
Still within the shortish term of the next 1 to 2 years, I want our procurement function, the procurement practitioners, to come in every morning and be able to find their data and see what's happening in the dashboard. It's coordinated. They don't have to go in multiple systems to find it. It's there, and it gives them proper insights and actions that they can then do their job. And then I think, secondly, I want the feedback from the business users to say, no longer is procurement a black box. I don't even know how to get in. And when I do get in, I have no idea where it is in the system. I want them to also be feeding back saying, I know how this works, or I may not need to know how it works, but I know where my request is, and it's being delivered, and procurement is stepping up.
Great. Anne?
I could echo that. a nice vision. I think that our roles will also change, right? We go from operational steering more to overseeing an ecosystem that works, right? And we need to make sure that we have ethical usage of AI, that we have like the right data behind and the right guidelines for the AI to work. And in addition, this having a culture of continuous learning and innovation. I think that is what we need to foster for the next years, because it will not slow down, it will even speed up, right? So that is what I envision also when it comes to our roles. I think procurement will be faster, smarter, and better connected in the next 2 years.
Fantastic, fantastic panel. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Ilona, David, and Anne. Thank you.
Please give them an extra round of applause for Andrew and David and Ilona. Give it up for them once more. Thank you. And up next, in a couple of minutes, how procurement must evolve to thrive in an era of disruption. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we're back. Now, people, with AI, geopolitical instability, rising business expectations, it's not just about what is changing, it's about how procurement responds. Now, our next speaker brings insider's perspective on the mindsets, the operating models, and the strategies needed to navigate this new era. It is my pleasure to introduce to you a longtime friend of DPW, Head of Strategy and Solutions Procurement at Roche, Patrick Volk. Please give him a very warm welcome. The stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and a big thank you, first of all, for staying in the room while lunch is being served outside. So everyone who's leaving now, I know, is more hungry than eager to listen to me. So, but please stay, because I'm not going to deliver another marketing pitch for our new friend AI. I really want to talk about the disruption, the profound disruption we as procurement, finance, and supply chain professionals face, and how we address it. The disruption has never been more significant and faster than it is today. And if we believe sort of the latest research and what we've heard of the last 1.5 days, the AI that we use today is like the internet in the late 90s versus the mobile 5G internet we use today when we look back 3 to 5 years from now. So it's massive. We as procurement professionals, I think, have 2 types of disruptions we need to address. First of all, there's our bread and butter business. Our businesses, our corporates that we serve, face tariffs, geopolitical, supply chain disruptions, cost margin pressure is back, massive. That's where we play. That's what we must do. But there's much more. There's change that I think we want to address to shape our own future, and even more, to secure our own future. And that, to me, means great times. We are in demand. People need procurement. And there is stuff out there we can leverage, technology, AI, other things, that will actually help us to address. However, yes, there is a big but. We have a choice that we need to make. If we just continue doing good procurement, if we just continue focusing on sourcing, category management, maybe use some of the tools out there and sort of optimize what we are and what we do, I don't think we'll have a bright future. Externalization of procurement, I think, is accelerating. BPOs use technology to offer cheaper and cheaper opportunities to do the work that we do, the core work, the process-driven work. Business functions who may be more advanced in their AI capabilities or use partners threaten us to take elements back, decentralization. Or ultimately, a GBS or IT function who is heavily investing in AI includes procurement in their business case. So the only choice I think we have is to reimagine, to truly rethink procurement. And stop thinking procurement for procurement. Start thinking business first. How can they deliver not only the savings, but also value that they really care? How do I use technology to my advantage? How do I become finally excellent and efficient at the core to then reinvest that efficiency gain into many other services, many other capabilities, to become a different function? And that's the choice we need to make. And we don't have much time. And I think we should choose to rethink or reimagine. And I'll try to outline what this means and what you can do. So for me, there are sort of 5 levers we can pull. And I think there's also a bit of a sequence here. So it starts for me with excellence and automation, focusing on core procurement, delighting the business, making it faster, making it easier, and ultimately drive efficiencies. This is where you deliver the credibility and the trust for the business to say, yeah, procurement can do more because they've got their house in order. But this is also where you can use a lot of the digital assets that have been around for a little bit longer to drive efficiencies, to create room for you to reinvest. And then invest it wisely. Certainly give maybe some money back to say I've become cheaper and better, no question, but then reinvest. And reinvest in what I suggest, partnering, collaborating with the business, certain talent, but then also in capabilities that matter to the business. Yeah, easy stuff, risk and sustainability, we've talked about for many years. I'll talk about a few more in a bit, sort of solutions, value realization, but it's critical that we take the business perspective and that we invest in capabilities that matter and not just become a cheaper, more efficient procurement function that pumps out savings. The third thing, which I think is critical and is becoming more and more critical, is that we change the way we work. We need to become more agile and flexible because the world around us is demanding that. We have to deliver against multiple expectations, certainly financial impact. We also need to protect our companies, compliance, risk, and the business is expecting us to do more than just savings. So how do we flex ourselves across these three value types that are in high demand? How do we then leverage digital and AI to accelerate and multiply what we do? And very, very important is the people we work with, our staff. And here, I think we need to not just focus on training. We need to focus on engaging them on this journey. They need to be part of this. They need to want it. Because they can be the greatest disruption if they don't like or use the technology you bring, or if they don't understand or don't adopt it. So engaging them, training, upskilling them, and getting them ready for this hybrid workforce that's to come. And hybrid in terms of human intelligence, AI, but also different locations, different operating models, engage them in this journey. For me, everything starts with excellence, and that's super, super critical, because here you build the foundation for success in other areas. And I think for years we've tried to be excellent in procurement, more training, more investment in different people and talent. But I think the one thing we've missed is sort of get the focus right. And I think we need to be very simple in how we drive excellence. And to me, this is a different approach to procurement. This one-size-fits-all, category management, largely everywhere, then sourcing, end, it's not going to work. And especially now that we have technology and different vehicles to drive success, we have to capitalize on it. So very quickly, I think we should pursue three approaches. First, for tail. So many high-frequent, low-value purchases. We need to deliver an amazing user experience, fully automated, at hardly any cost to procurement. Learn from what's going on in the tail and rechannel transactions into volume or strategic. If you see stuff showing up in the tail that we buy over and over again from the same supplier or similar suppliers, let's move that volume, but learn from it. But the key here is, this is not where your people should be involved. This is where automation should drive success at lowest cost. The opposite, what we call the strategic demand, that's where you should invest the best and the brightest and enable them with some decision support, analytics, insights, but ultimately, here people matter. That's where the big spend is, but the fewer transaction and the few suppliers. The middle bit is the most exciting. That's where you make it or break it, in my opinion. And here, business self-service, enabling sort of high-frequent, high-volume, high-spend orders quickly is critical. So buy against content, buy against available contracts, preferred suppliers is key. And here, I know some may not like it. My opinion is the best sourcing is no sourcing. If you can deliver a procurement outcome, a competitive price through a marketplace or other means, you save so much processing cost, you save the pain for the business to wait 6, 8, 12 weeks for an outcome, you save the pain for the supplier, and you can reinvest that time and that credibility in something else. So that different approach, one size fits all is dead, in my opinion. Really tailor and think about smartly how you address your volume of work and cluster it wisely. What this enables you to do is to reinvest that capacity and capability you freed up. You will have created a lot of credibility in the business. They actually feel you've got this under control. You can actually get a PO out, or you can help me within hours rather than days or weeks. And you will have access to key decision makers. And you need to leverage this to then invest in new areas. And I'm going to call out a few, which to me are super critical. So business partnering. For years, we have partnered with the business. But who did partner with the business? Our amazing sourcing and category managers who were incentivized to drive cost out, who were trained for years in procurement. So often, the business dialogue was very much skewed towards procurement outcomes. I think we need to invest in different business partnering capability, dedicated, who truly translate procurement into business talk and get business needs translated properly into how we operate in procurement. Another very important, I guess, mindset change is how we use data. 3, 4 years ago here, data and insights was a big topic. Fantastic, absolutely love it. But I think the step we haven't made as procurement, we can pump out more reports and dashboards now faster and look beautiful and amazing. Some even actually deliver the insights, great. But the business is looking for more. When I speak to our divisional CEOs, they look for transparency and they look for decision support in this ever faster world where decisions become so critical and time critical. We, with our data and the insights we can deliver, are in high demand. But if we just pump out dashboards, pump out reports and some insights, not helpful. So true decision support. The most exciting area for me is what we brand solutions. Procurement thinks and often does have one response. We are one-dimensional. Our process is linear. And I think that's wrong. We always think connect demand to supply. But I think we need to think slightly differently. What's behind this demand? And why does the business have this problem? And can I solve this differently? And that's where we talk about solutions. So finding solutions to business problems. Leveraging our capabilities, leveraging our networks, our suppliers, whatsoever, internal partners, but solve the problem rather than just find a supply and negotiate. And I'll give you a good example. So in the lab supply or even MRO space, we've now created 3D printing capability that we make available in our marketplace. So the business can buy stock that's available, external supplier, and own 3D printed materials. Available immediately, can be customized. That's a great solution. But we're taking this further. We're now working with the business on creating supplementary materials for our products that we print. So we're actively now supporting growth and revenue with the capability and a solution we have created in procurement. And that's what I call a solution. Yes, we could source lab supplies, fantastic. We put lab supplies on a marketplace, great, excellence. And we're now going further, printing lab supplies and printing materials we sell with our products. That's a solution. Another piece, contracting. We love to talk about it. and we're good at negotiating contracts. We probably spend an enormous amount of time on including performance clauses in our contracts. Who has the resources in procurement, let alone the business, to actually drive control on these clauses or manage these clauses? So for me, this is dedicated or capacity, not necessarily people, capacity invested in value realization. Sustainability, risk, compliance, other topics. So really think about, once you've achieved a level of automation excellence, how do I turn this into greater value, rather than just giving money back or giving up headcount, because that's just a slow journey to an end. So what can I do with that capacity and that trust that I've created? Another piece I mentioned earlier is flexibility. And I think flexibility becomes more and more important and critical to what we do. Not only because the times are changing and the demand for our outcomes is flexing and changing, but also combining these different capabilities we talk about here. AI, digital assets, technology, partners, different capabilities in procurement. How do we bring this all together? If we continue to live our category managers, sourcing, operations, categories, matrix organization, I think that's not going to fly. So we need to think about more flexible or agile operating models. We need to think about how we really include automation, incorporate automation technology in what we do and how we work. We need to think about our talent, back to upskilling and training, and ultimately engaging. We need to establish partners that are willing to flex with us up and down, maybe outsource certain capabilities or use experts. And we need to express what we do in more than just we source and we deliver savings. So our sort of value proposition needs to change. And that allows us, I think, to flex not only how we work, but also what we deliver. Deliver our financial impact, bread and butter, clearly, very important. Do this differently, though, excellence. But also create value and protect the company. I think these things are becoming more and more important. But we need to figure out how we flex. AI, for me, a massive accelerator and multiplier. But again, remember, there's no one-size-fits-all AI, in my opinion. So when we talk about agentic AI, and I said this yesterday, I think you need to do this in some sort of platform. We can all sit here and wait for our big ERP providers to get up to speed and deliver us the platform for agentic AI. I think there are other solutions out there that may bridge that gap and give us the platform we need. But you need some sort of platform to scale agentic and really deliver the value. Contrary to this, there are many, many procurement-specific use cases you want to drive. Work with your partners, IT, work with some external partners, buy this as a service, something. But don't leave this untouched. I think there are ways to deliver this quickly and test and try. Build this on some foundation. Many companies have a ChatGPT version or Gemini version or something for everyday use to get people also equipped and exposed and excited about some of the AI. And invest in upskilling, engagement, communication, and remove that fear and anxiety what AI is and will be. So a multi-pillar strategy. I'll send you to lunch with a call for action. Time for change is now. If you haven't started, start now. Better yesterday, but now is still okay. And then really think about, how do I piece these various things together? And I hear a lot of sort of feedback in terms of, I don't have the budget, I can't do it, I don't have the decision power. In your little bubble or in your little piece that you have, try it out, do something. And also think about how you can bring different types of technology. Think about the 5 steps I mentioned. I think it's super critical to start. Because if we don't start, if we don't change, someone will change us. And that change will not be, in my opinion, from our perspective, if we don't change it, if we don't shape it, to the better. So we have a great opportunity. Grab the opportunity, go drive it, do change. Even in your little, small room scope to maneuver, do something. Otherwise, change is coming. That's my perspective. Enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to have Patrick on our stage. Time for change is now. All right, people, please stay put, because in a couple of minutes, SAP will take the stage with a big announcement on the future of procurement. See you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready for something exciting? Ah, not really. Then I have to go, I think. Let's try again. Are you ready for something really exciting? Yes. And you should be, because this is a big moment here at DPW Amsterdam 2025. SAP is about to take the stage to share with us some landmark news on their bold vision for the future of procurement. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the Senior Vice President of Product Marketing at SAP Ariba and Fieldglass. Please give it up for Babar Farooq.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Wow, it's great to be here. It's my first time at DPW, and it's a very exciting, phenomenal conference just on my first day here. I was actually in Las Vegas yesterday at SAP Connect, making this announcement. And we realized, well, there's a remarkable event happening in Amsterdam, so we'll go to Amsterdam and announce it all over again in a brand new and fresh way. What's interesting was the conversation I had to have at home, that I was first going to Las Vegas and then Amsterdam, and it was all for work. Right? But, you know, I'm really glad to be here. And we want to start off by, I need to clear the room with one addiction on AI. So AI is the AI-driven answer to AI-powered procurement for AI-sized challenges when AI is the future of everything. There, 5 uses in 1 sentence, job done, I can now leave, right? Okay, cool. Buzzwords out of the way. No, seriously, I mean, tongue-in-cheek, not to be facetious, AI is a remarkably transformative technology. That's not something you need to hear from me. You heard about this yesterday. I believe that one of the vice presidents of Google DeepMind Research was here, highlighting that we are at an inflection point similar to where we were at, at the Industrial Revolution. So we can have remarkable impacts with the technology, but AI is not important for the sake of itself. It's only important in service of what matters, the outcomes it can deliver, outcomes such as mitigating risk, improving productivity, strengthening supply chains, amplifying value, and freeing up people to do more important work. And in guise of that, we need to realize that it has been a remarkable year for all of us when we are in procurement, looking at global uncertainty, geopolitics, protectionism, trade wars, and regulatory uncertainty. And everything that has brought about this change does not look like it's going to change itself. As a matter of fact, if you look at all of the research out there, we look at The Economist, who says that 8 out of 10 CEOs are saying that volatility is a new normal. You look at McKinsey, 70% of CFOs put cost reduction as their top priority. These things are here to change. So procurement needs to respond. And how has procurement been doing in the process? Well, the role is changing. It's evolving. The role of procurement is going from back office purchasing to value catalysts, and then more importantly now, to a driver of business resilience. And we have to change with it. The technology and the tools that procurement is using have to be changing along with the function of procurement when it comes to skills management, talent management, and making the overall impact that CPOs expect to be made and CEOs are expecting their CPOs to make. The good news is that procurement has responded remarkably well, and we are living in an era of peak procurement. We do a bunch of research with the Economist Group. Some of that is going to be shared later today by a couple of my colleagues, one of them from The Economist, looking at how procurement is responding to these challenges. And we have seen from a collaboration perspective that procurement is rated by all of the C-suite partners as having become remarkably more collaborative just in the past 3 years. When we ask this question to CHROs, CFOs, how collaborative is procurement and procurement functions, we know that those numbers have increased from about 50% positive responsiveness 3 to 4 years ago to 85 to 90% positive responsiveness today. So that's very, very positive in its indications. However, what has gotten us here won't get us there. And the evolution needs to continue because at the same time, in the same research, we see that procurement is being asked to continuously deliver more value and that their current systems are slowing them down. That's where we come in. We have to respond with you. We have to make sure that your technology is able to meet the moment and give you the ability to drive the impact that needs to be delivered. We have to adjust our own roadmap, our own platforms to make you meet the moment. And that requires rethinking on our part as well. Rethinking our own roadmap, rethinking the way we have to approach the problem. See, for the longest time when you looked at buying and procurement, and when we looked at buying and procurement, the gold standard was an e-commerce-like shopping experience. Make it like I'm shopping when I'm buying at home. Ever heard that? Make that catalog experience similar to the way I do it at home. There's only one problem. E-commerce style shopping experiences are designed to keep you shopping. How many of us have been on trying to go shopping looking for one thing, and then all of a sudden you've added dishwasher pods and matching pajamas, et cetera, bunch more items that you didn't need. It's fine if it's a leisure activity. But in business, there's no time and money to waste, especially not now, especially not the way things are today. So the future of procurement needs to be AI-driven in its engagement. Now, that's nice, that's fancy, nice buzzword. What does that actually mean? What do we think it means? It means something more like a Waymo experience than a consumer-like buying experience. So there's few principles here that we're defining in terms of the way we're going to tackle this problem. AI capability is seamlessly embedded into the application. It's not sprinkled on the side here and there, where you have to click a button to invoke it. The application in and of itself has AI capabilities embedded. And any of the agents we build and use are going to be cross-application. So if you're in sourcing, it knows what's happening in contracts. If you're in contracts, it knows what's happening in buying. If you're in buying, it knows what's happening in invoicing and vice versa, so that you're not siloed in the way the processes are designed and executed. It needs to be built natively into the application. It should default, the AI capability should default and action itself. It should sense the issues at hand, it should reason with a potential outcome, and it should act when it can act or ask you when it needs permission and clarification. And we're further moving to an environment where we have app-less experiences, particularly for end-user employees. Why do you need to log in and click a catalog item if there's a laptop up for renewal? It should automatically know that there's a laptop that needs to be purchased again by a certain employee and invoke the purchase, or ask you through a simple chat-based interface, maybe on your phone. And furthermore, as it develops, the idea of custom application development itself will be something that AI can create within the application suite to solve problems. This is how we define AI-driven engagement. But to do this, we need to rethink our own ways. And that's why I'm announcing here, like I announced at SAP Spend Connect yesterday, next-gen SAP Ariba. And through this means, through this capability, we will automate the power of procurement. So what does this experience look like? Apart from just the AI capability, we will orchestrate the entire suite process entirely. So whether you're using another SAP application such as Fieldglass that impacts procurement, or Taulia that impacts procurement, your end-user interface and the way you interact with the application will be consistent. Whether you're using one of our application partners, many of whom are outside, your end-user impact will be consistent. So example, if you're using iCertis in the SAP Ariba contracts experience, you will not know that you're using iCertis. You will not know that you have left the application. The user experience will be consistent throughout the entire suite. Self-service tools will be built in if you want to do any low-code or no-code extensions into the product. The product is extensible, and of course, everything is centered on the business network for all transactions. But let's take a look at it in action. We are going to be demoing this between 12:30 and 1:30 in the CPO track room for a deep dive to answer any questions and get a detailed demonstration of what's going on. But as you know, at every point, the system is sensing across the suite, reasoning across the suite, and actioning throughout the entire process. What the AI can fill for you, it is filling for you. It is not waiting to get your permission. It is not waiting to get invoked. And through this means, we are achieving the next generation of SAP Ariba. Now, a couple things I want to clarify right as I close. If you are already a customer of SAP Ariba, you will have access to the next generation experience at no additional cost. One more thing I want to clarify. You can run the next generation application while it's being tested in parallel at the same time as your current gen application. And when you are ready to transition and you've kicked the tires and you're comfortable moving forward, you can move forward. And we will also be doing this with you. We will be designing transition tools. This is not a re-implementation. Make sure any configuration that you have, any config approval rules, etc., templates that need to migrate and move, they will be tools designed to migrate and move, and we will be holding your hand in that entire process because we want to make sure that all of our current customers move to the next generation experience, which will be available in Q1 of 2026. Begin availability in Q1 2026. Any more questions, you can ask us at our booth. Please show up into the demo room, which is CPO track, 12:30 to 1:30. We're going to run 3 demos and answer any questions that you may have. And then, of course, you can contact any of us to learn more details. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time. You've been a great audience. Appreciate it.
Amazing. Wow, exciting. Next Gen SAP Ariba. So remember to visit that CPO track room to have the live demo and to ask all the questions. Right now, we're having a break, going out for lunch. So please grab some bites, recharge, make some real new valuable connections. And I will see you back here at 12:20 sharp for our next session that goes straight into the heart of our theme, Agentic AI. See you at 12:20. Welcome back, everyone. Did you enjoy your lunch? Do you feel all recharged? Had some amazing conversations? Oh, hopefully. Now, one of the speakers that is about to take the stage, he confided with me and he said, "Oh, Vivian, I'm a little bit worried because I think I might have this is the word he used, the graveyard shift. Because straight after lunch, people might feel a little bit heavy, maybe they're low in energy. And I said, no, man, no, not at all. First of all, the DPW crowd is amazing all day, but especially after lunch, they feel energized, all recharged. They will be ready to rumble. Now, to prove me I am right, please let me hear you. Are you ready to kick off the afternoon of Day 2 DPW Amsterdam 2025? I told him I was right. All right, let's kick things off with a session that goes straight into the heart of our theme, agentic AI. Now, of course, agentic AI, it promises speed, it promises intelligence, right? But the real question is how to build agents that procurement teams can actually trust and use. Now, today you're going to hear some concrete steps to design and scale agents that enhance, not replace, human procurement teams. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our lovely speakers, Sudhir Bhojwani, Lalita Rajagopalan from Oro Labs, and Nitin Kapoor, Vice President of the Global Procurement Center of Excellence at JSK. Give a big round of applause. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. So this is one of the things that we most look forward to. So this year, we want to talk about building agents that actually work for procurement. Like, let's make it real. And I challenged Matthias, like, dude, like, we got to do a live demo. How do people believe it's real if you don't actually show it in, live? And every year, Sudhir and I do one thing where we try to come up with the one word, the one essence of what we want to communicate, what we want to, our ambition for the function of procurement. And this year, that word is speed. Okay? It's not just speed to deploy, speed to adopt. You guys all know the rules on that. But really, it is now. It's time to put your accelerator down and just go. Let's talk about how we're going to do that. So when we look at the age, so that you should unpack what has happened in the age of AI.
So as we know, firstly, I'm Sudhir Bhojwani. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Oro Labs. We remember ChatGPT came into our life in November 2022. Not that long ago. But the research started a little bit before that. There was a breakthrough research in 2017 by Google. Then OpenAI was born. Then we saw what happened when we went from GPT 3.5 to 4.0. The results were astonishing. We saw the birth of reasoning models, whether it's DeepSeek, whether it's Owen, and others. Of course, all of us are also worried about the T-Rex sitting out there that's going to eat all our jobs, called the AGI. I think we're a little further away from that. Some people believe we are closer to it than I do. I think it's a little bit further away. But what cannot be denied is the pace, the speed at which AI has moved. We've gone from the days natural language processing, NLP, as we used to call it once upon a time. We don't even use that word anymore. But we've gone from that to autonomous reasoning. But where we see the world is going is really the next big frontier is how humans and AI agents work together. So in this presentation, we will showcase how orchestration can play a massive role and how humans and agents will actually work together.
So when you think about a business process is nothing but a group of human beings who have an input, they work together, they get help from each other. If they need to escalate, they escalate, and then they produce an output. Guess what? With AI agents, it's pretty much the same, except that some of the jobs could be done by agents. And just like humans, agents can also ask help from other agents, but also from humans. They can also escalate to other humans, and they can also tell humans what to do. Okay? So that's nothing different in terms of orchestration, in terms of what the business process is, whether AI is there or agents are there.
I must crack one joke. I tell Lalita, slow down. But she is 1,000 miles per hour. She gets excited by you guys and the AI. So I must call that out. But I do want to talk a little bit about where we are headed with this agentic world. Agents in this world can do a lot more. They can call other agents. They can call human beings. They can actually integrate with external data, with internal data. And most interestingly, they can learn from their own behavior. It's called the feedback loop. They can learn and hopefully improvise, just like humans do. So I believe in the world of agentic, and we all have heard of MCP, believe MCP is here. Agents having full control is here. T-Rex is still for. Don't worry about the T-Rex. That doesn't turn into a T-Rex, to be very clear.
So there are a ton of use cases, obviously, in procurement, but there are some really core common characteristics and some interesting use cases. These are some of the common use cases that we have heard from customers. But guess what? If you really think about use cases, not in terms of, oh, I have an S2P landscape, where can I plug in agents? Maybe that's not the right framework. Think about the entirety of the function of procurement. There's a lot of work that happens, which is procurement work, which is operations work, but which is actually not being done by software today. These are people with Excel spreadsheets and having meetings and making phone calls or filling out checklists. And this is where the opportunity lies for where you need to start with agentic. Whether it is in your sourcing processes, whether it's in your purchasing processes, or definitely in the risk and due diligence process. There's a lot of work that can be done by agents.
Or in accounts payable, when you're processing millions of invoices. But you know what we should do? We have talked enough. Let's bring on stage a very special guest who's been working with Nitin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nitin Kapoor. I run the Procurement Center of Excellence at GSK. And I'm particularly excited to be on stage with these two amazing people that we get to partner with, but also tell you a little bit about what we've been doing. So I work for GSK, and GSK's mission is something that's very close to my heart. It's bringing talent, science, and technology together to get ahead of disease. And I think that's something that inspires a lot of us that work in this industry sector and me working at GSK. So how do we take this transformational time into procurement? So we've been working very hard to figure out what we should do to totally reimagine how procurement works. And we embarked on a digital transformation journey. And at the heart of that is reimagine and relook at all the different problems our business faces and how we can solve them to really serve our patients better.
So we've been hearing a ton of frameworks about how to think about AI and agentic. Where should I apply it? And honestly, I was so inspired by your 3 E's and a C, which is a framework I think is super practical, super easy to distinct and really think. Can you unpack that for us?
Absolutely. So 3 E's and a C. Look, we started with, before agentic AI was the buzz thing, and I know this conference, everybody has probably had an overdose of agentic AI. We started with experience for humans. So we have a lot of people, 25,000 plus in the organization that interact with procurement. How do we make that experience from them a really good one? And we stumbled upon you guys, and we were really interested in enhancing that experience and making sure that we measure it so that we can get better. And that's tough, I can tell you. You can go and ask.
It's fuzzy, it's pretty, but what does it really mean?
It's really making sure that the experience that they have in the entire process from start to finish is something that we measure and we keep getting better at. So at GSK, we've looked at things like UX scores for usability. We've looked at net promoter scores, the NPS scores, and we've settled at CSAT. That's the way that we measure this. And we're constantly looking for that continuous feedback loop to make that experience better.
How about compliance, your favorite topic, yeah? All our favorite topic, I must say.
So the way we think about compliance in our framework is that it should be seamless. It's extremely important for us because at the heart of what we do, there's a patient at the end who's expecting a vaccine or a medicine, and we can never compromise on ever doing the right thing. So that's the core of how we operate, but we want it to be seamless. So we want to make compliance just the way you do business. And what we've learned is that we can do a little bit of that with you guys.
So efficiency was something that was, where we're seeing a huge bunch of opportunity.
So efficiency was the second of our 3 E's, in case you're not tracking, in this very complex framework. But it's all about making the entire process end-to-end streamlined, faster, better, and where possible, automate things, right? So as you heard from Sudhir and Lalita, that this is a time that we can absolutely see the technology able to reason. That allows us to really reimagine how we go after efficiency and what work we have repeatable, or in many cases with simple reasoning. If we can automate that, we don't need people. Our people doing those things, they can do much better things.
And then finally, effectiveness, a thing your procurement heart truly loves.
Well, I'm a procurement guy through and through, bleed procurement, and so, we've got to save some money as well, right? So not the only thing, we also create value. We improve the way that our suppliers deliver good things. But this one is an amazing area that we want to unlock. And we think the slide that you shared really resonates with us. The people and the agentic interaction will help us unlock value. So Sudhir, how are we going to do that?
Let's log in. Thankfully, I'm already logged in and not timed out.
All right, good. This is GSK's I Need platform that you're getting to see over here. That's how we've branded Oro. We like to brand everything internally, so that's GSK I Need to buy is our branding for Oro.
So I'm a user. I have a proposal from a supplier. I can simply upload a proposal in Oro. Let's assume this is my proposal. Nitin, how often do users come with proposal?
Well, look, the reality we all know, there's procurement people who buy all the big stuff and they focus on that and save tons of money. And then we have transactions that are happening below the threshold, which is defined differently and actually in the millions of pounds of spend that we just do not have the manpower to focus on. So that happens very often, and they'll come with a proposal, and honestly, they just want to get on with it.
Cool. So in this example, I upload a proposal. System understands what the proposal is. It takes care of Nitin's favorite category. It finds the category which Nitin really, really cares for. It extracts the line items, finds the supplier that matches the need. Oh, yeah, we have every single customer who has tens and thousands of suppliers. Matching suppliers is a real fun activity. And based on this, it says, hey, you have a proposal from a supplier. Amount of spend is low in a category where the category manager has decided you can do self-service. Why not go ahead and do the self-service on this request? Very simple. What has happened so far? I upload a proposal. Based on that, system it has used a bunch of AI and telling me you can move forward. All right, I'll move forward.
All right, now kicks in the opportunity agent. This is the bit that I really like. Now, category managers can embed some logic into how they want to assess for the opportunity, and off it goes. The technology is now trying to figure out, in that proposal, is there any value to be had? Have we got the right payment terms? Is there enough money to be saved?
So what we have done under the hood, we have run an AI agent that looks at the proposal, looks at the historic data. That means it is integrated with GSK's purchase order historic data. It looks at the market data, which is available openly in the market, and various other things. Based on that, it finds out, hey, good news. There is some opportunity for sourcing here. It still gives user a choice. We can help you get a better quote. Do you have 24 to 48 hours? I would say yes to that, Nitin.
Yes,
Here's
please.
the beautiful thing, right, Nitin? Because the thing you really loved here was that you could be sleeping, and this is still happening.
Correct. Absolutely right. Isn't that amazing? We can count the money.
And yes, you still get credit for it. So, GSK go ahead.
What happens next, which I got really excited about because, deep down I'm also a little bit of a geek. There's an agent that's kind of identified some opportunity, and because our orchestration layer that we're deploying with the fine folks here with Oro, it allows us to actually trigger a sourcing agent. Now we've kind of figured out over here that we can actually run a sourcing event for this particular requirement, and we hand off to our current sourcing partner, who are actually in the audience, Fair Market, big shout out to you guys, and we trigger an agent there. So now an agent is calling another agent to go and source this requirement for us.
I think, Nitin, what would be great is how clearly this happens quite often. I mean, the point you made around big transactions, a $10 million deal.
Listen, for the big stuff, we've got a lot of very smart, very well-trained, super smart procurement people who are really at it. Yeah, for a lot of the small things, we don't have time. We can't invest all our resource in chasing the 86,000 pound quote that we got. That's just not possible. So the ROI that I can't make, I want the agents to be able to make, so I can actually save some money.
Yeah, under the hood, this agent has actually created a sourcing event in their platform, Fair Market, and it will do its job. And the time is still 1 to 3 days, which is wonderful. Should we look at one more demo quickly?
I think so.
All right. Sudhir, how about this? Services are fine, but if I have a preferred item, it is the only item that I can implement in the plant, and I already have a source of supply. Like, is there really any agent? What the heck is agent going to do?
To save time, I've already loaded a proposal to buy some Cisco routers. Let's see what it does this time. Let's see what AI does. Nitin is still sleeping.
The opportunity agent is working, huh? That's good.
It takes 5 seconds, sometimes 10 seconds. Let's call AI.
Yeah.
In this example, very different. What AI agent has done, in this case, opportunity agent, it has figured out you're trying to buy an item which is single source. You will not be able to replace a Cisco router with some other router that easily. It's a single source. You're buying it from a value-added reseller. So you say, OK, but I can still find opportunities, a lead time opportunity, saving opportunity. In this case, it finds both. And I can continue. In this case,
well, now we can actually hand off from this agent to a negotiation agent that can actually go and drive a negotiation where I'm not running a RFP process. And again, try and help unlock a little bit of value.
Cool. So this was a little demo that we wanted to show it to you. How about Nitin, maybe a little bit more about how you guys are overall thinking about AI?
Yeah, so AI is really changing how we've thought about procurement. And I think there's a couple of things that I want to talk about. But more fundamentally, all our business processes have been designed for humans to take part in the different steps. And what we've got to try and do as procurement professionals is totally reimagine that workflow. And the pillars that we've used in our digital transformation start with our data layer. So how we fix the foundations of our data is really important because whatever we're doing sits on top of that data layer. And we've got some very smart people working on that. How we transform third-party risk management and make sure that that works seamlessly, because honestly, users don't really care. They want to make sure that they're compliant, and we need to make that easy. How we source autonomously and make that an easier part of people's jobs. And you saw a little bit of a demo for below threshold activities that we're looking for, and we want to do more of that in different thresholds with some of our partners here. And obligation management is unlocking value that exists in our contracts that we have not yet been able to take. And I want to make that very digital and very smart. And that really helps me create my business case for the transformational work that we're trying to do. And contracting, along with our legal partners, how do we make this a seamless experience across the entire source-to-contract process with Aura as the orchestration layer and the fundamental data foundation sitting below. That's at the heart of it. And we're very excited on this journey. As you can see, we've done some cool stuff. And I'm so looking forward to many, many more things we do. One thing, if I may, it is our time in procurement, because you see all this technology that we're using ourselves. Imagine all the services and the industries that we buy from. They're all getting disrupted. It is also our time to go and extract that value.
Thank you so much, Nitin. Thanks for coming on the stage and sharing this.
Clearly, so much fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Clearly, so much fun to be had before the T-Rex time arrives, AGI.
So how should we think about this? How can we go fast? How can we scale? What is the expectation of your organization from an AI platform that will allow you to scale? I believe it must embed in your process. It cannot be another island that you have to visit. It must be embedded. It must have data pipes to your systems. That's the example we saw, looking at the purchase order data, looking at the contracts. That should be there. Governance is important. AI agent cannot go rogue. You will have some people to respond to. You have to explain to a CEO or a CFO or a COO what happened. And I believe it needs to be auditable when your SOX guys come. You did what you're supposed to do. It's non-negotiable. Last but not the least, we come from a camp, we believe humans and AI can work together. That is the best way of making it work. This T-Rex, let's put it in the future. We'll get to it when we get to it.
At the end of the day, you have to be able to trust your AI just like how you trust your human colleagues, your human co-workers. And that's very important. And one other thing I wanted to say is that when you think about let's put AI to work, experiment, don't stop experimenting, but also test. When you test, you realize that there's a lot of fine-tuning you're going to do because the right out front, your agentic AI is not going to work as you expected. A lot of fine-tuning happens when it is actually live. And then you have the process that is governed for how you trust. And so let's humanize the procurement experience and let's put AI to work.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. How our speakers just showed us how agentic AI can be used in procurement. All right, up next, in a couple of minutes, we will be back, and we're going to shift gears to resilience and how Volvo designs supply chains that are future-ready by default. See you in a couple of minutes. We're back. Now, resilience is usually tested when things go wrong. But what if you could build it in from the start? Our next speaker will show how Volvo is exactly doing that it is my pleasure to introduce to you all the VP Purchasing at Volvo Construction Equipment, Jan Tess. Please give him a very warm applause.
Thank you, Viviana. Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay, good, thanks. So we lost a little bit of people. They are more interested in AI than relationship. But what I really saw during the day, yesterday and today, is the power and the impact of relationship among us. So that's something I would like to elaborate with you on. How do we actually rely on relationship for resilience? And I will have a question for you. And how do you actually measure the quality of the relationship that you have within your network or with your friends and so on? And I have a bad news. This is when things go wrong. This is when you can measure the quality of the relationship that you have. I'm Jan Tess. As I said before, here you can see I'm working for Volvo Group. I'm a French national living in Brussels, 7 years in Asia before, in charge of purchasing. And Volvo Group is doing these nice machines that you can see, trucks, buses, construction equipment, marine equipment, and also motors and engines. What do you think all of these characters on the screen have in common? Why are they successful? It's because they are carried by relationship and resilient ecosystems. Resilient network of connections and relationship that helps them where they are, help them reach where they are right now. So if we start with relationship, how do we define relationships? Is the relationship between us today? It's the link that is in between both of us. It could be between personas, it could be between businesses, it could be between partners, NGOs, students, and any kind of entity, and that's the link between two entities. And what about ecosystems then, and what does it mean, ecosystem? So it's not a new term, ecosystem. It's existing since a long time with different names. You have, in Korea, this is called chaebols. In Japan, before the Second World War, was called Zaibaitsu, and now it's called Keiretsu. Maybe you heard about Keiretsu with the Nissan business stories. In China, this is called Jichun, or clusters, and this is called business network, or you can call it stakeholder networks. And if you look at the literal, let's say, definition of it, this is a network that is interconnected, collaborating in relationships in order to create value. So we worked with a business school in Belgium, and we tried to make a small sketch of what it is. And an ecosystem as a topic or as a focus. And the focus of the ecosystem is to find a solution to the problematic. So we modelize this like this. And what is important for us is to understand what kind of orchestrator we want to be of the ecosystem. Which role we play, what are the members, and especially what are the relationships that we want to have in between the members. Someone knows who is this person? You will get a goodie, a Volvo goodie if you find. No? Mr. Bernstein is he's not anymore with us, but he's a famous orchestrator, Leonard Bernstein. So if we take this picture, is an armor, metal armor to protect us, and you can see the ecosystem here on the shield. Why did I choose this picture? Because I strongly believe, and we strongly believe, that the ecosystem is the protection to risks. A good ecosystem with good members, with good relationship in your ecosystem is the protection to risk. And what kind of risk are we talking about? And that's the mega trends that we see at the Volvo Group that are affecting us, positively or negatively. Of course, we have to see them as strong opportunities for business growth. And you can see that. Population is growing. It's concentrating in cities. Social expectations are changing. You know that we want a better world, a world with less carbon, with more water, clean water, and stay within the 9 planet boundaries. This is also a very strong driver for us. This is our values at the Volvo Group. Urbanization, decarbonization, as I said, geopolitical challenges. Yes, it's in the air. In case someone missed it, there's some geopolitical challenges right now. And new technologies. I think that's the right place today and yesterday to talk about new technologies. It's very, very impressive what we can see here, the dynamics about what's going on in the market. And that's something that we feel is really a business changer. So what's next? Well, how it's going to be? I like the analogies with roads. So do you think the business is going to be like this? Maybe 5 years ago that was the case, but it's not the case anymore, unfortunately. And most probably, it's going to be like this, the business. A mix of straight road, really easy to plan, and then you would have some crossroads, ups, downs, all kind of dimensions. So no one got the first goodie, but maybe someone can get the second goodie, or the first one, as we did not distribute the first one. What is this road? Where is it? Anyone knows? China, you said? No. In Europe. North. Yeah, you got it. I don't have the goodie here, but you will receive it. Thanks a lot. Norway, Ocean Road. Fantastic. And that is most probably what is going to happen. The way the business is going to be is between these things. And you know that because we are in the middle of it. So now if we relate this to supply, because I'm a supply person and also sometimes a CSO, at least an ambassador of sustainability for the group, like the last 2 days at the Economist Impact. What about supply? You know, if we think about what is going to happen, then obviously it's very easy. We just have to plan, right? So we talked about, there's a lot of companies here talking about how to manage risks. One of the main possibility to manage risks is to plan the risk. But the problem is, if I follow the saying of this famous American philosopher, Mike Tyson, I guess some of you know what he said, and it's very true. Everybody has a plan until he gets punched in the face. And that is what is going to happen. You can plan whatever you want, but at the end of the day, the context is going to change, the business is going to change, the environment is going to change, and potentially the connection within your network is going to change, the quality of them, the quality of the relationships also are going to change. And in the network, what makes your business alive, most probably, the bang is going to attack where is the weakest part. So it's either, you know, one of your partner that you see, but it could be also a relationship that is destroyed in between partners, or it could be a partner you don't even know. You know, we talk about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and there's something collapsing in the supply chain, and you don't know, you don't even know it exists. So, for example, when the war in Ukraine started, then everybody understood, oh, most of the carbon black for tires is coming from Ukraine. Yeah, so people didn't know that before. So, relationships. You remember what happened during COVID and after COVID? There was a crisis on electronics. Actually, we never stopped any factory due to electronic shortage. None. And the reason why is because in my organization, there was a smart person who is very knowledgeable about electronics purchasing, who said to me, just at the time that we were closing all factories around the world, he said, I feel we should come back to our supplier, get in touch with them, first tier, second tier, third tier, and then start to build relationship again because we will need some electronic components later on. Let's commit into the relationship. Let's tell them that we're going to buy their stock. Let's tell them to pre-buy. And by the way, I want to go into the spot market now to make connection with the traders, the ones who stock actually electronic components. And guess what? When everything ramped up, we have built this ecosystem and this relationship with them, and we never stopped any factory because they knew that we engaged into the relationship and we made it strong in bad times. And when good times came back, they said, okay, I'm going to serve the guys who are invested in the relationship. Stocks. All the plants in the world closed. Italy, China, and everywhere. And what happened is most of the customers, who are led by purchasing department, were actually not honoring their orders. So they were not taking the frozen time, they were not taking anything from the order that they sent. So the supplier was struggling with their parts. They could not send them, they could not sell them. So on top of it, that they were closing their factory, they were not even able to get money from what they have been producing for us. We decided that we will take the parts. We put in place special teams to welcome the parts in the warehouses, and every part that we committed, we paid. This is when you invest into strong relationship in your ecosystem. This is a bold decision. You can ask in the industry, how many did that? There's not too much. But what happens then again when the ramp-up came, I would say 95%, 98% of our suppliers, they've been privileging us as a customer because they know we are a strong customer, we are a reliable customer, we pay and we commit to the relationship. And that has been a strong, successful resilience for us because we never stopped any factory again when all the volumes ramped up. AI, I say relationship. But what about AI? AI, I think, of course, all of you know about it. We see it as a friend, a complement to extend our capabilities. And we actually use it in planning. So we are able to forecast and challenge a little bit the planners or the ones who manage the projection and the forecasts and discuss about, okay, what is based on historical data, the projection that AI is doing for us, is this forecast something that we can rely on? What are the projections coming from the market, coming from the dealers, coming from the customer and so on, and have this discussion. So it's a certain relationship between the human and AI to actually look at what's the best scenario to plan our operation and the best way to serve our customers. So we use that. And we use it also for alerts. So some of the players here explain how it works. You survey your network. You see, in the best case, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. And if there is something popping up, then you get the signal. And that's a good methodology to have a tool or an algorithm that is fetching all the information around the world. And the most important is, of course, to make it relevant. And that's where maybe sometimes it's not the optimum, is to have the right level of information that you can take actions upon. But beyond AI, you know, it's all about, if you want to have an alignment with a supplier on the strategy, what is the vision? What is your sustainability roadmap? We want to be zero carbon net by 2040. None of the machines that will leave the group factories will emit any greenhouse gas emissions. So it means that we transfer all of the portfolio into electric, fuel cell, natural gas consumer, grid connected, and so on. When you want to align with your supplier base on the science-based target initiative that we committed and the Paris Agreement, you need to have this discussion among people. Us, talking about, okay, what's your vision? What's your plan? What are we going to do together? How do we generate value? How do we manage the forecast swings? How do we manage geopolitics? Very important alignment to do at human level. Human, people, at the center, at the core of what we believe is bringing resilience. We are resilient. My friends, we are all resilient. You've seen what we went through was terrible, and we are still here and having fun here, right? People are resilient. Your core capabilities come from the resilience of the team, their competencies, their knowledge, their leadership, their ownership, their responsibility, and the connections that they have together inside the company. That is the best recipe for a bank that you cannot plan. When it comes, people absorb it, they know how to collaborate, and that's the best way to do it. And then you can extract it, of course, to your network. The network and the supplier base is an extension of your competencies. And of course, you know, some of you are colleagues and leaders. How do you motivate people? Okay, maybe AI can help us, software can help us, but to be honest, the best motivation is what we see today is the way we connect each other, the way we bring positive message to each other, and this cannot be done by AI. So it's with AI, beyond AI, we truly believe in human relationship. We truly believe in the capabilities of human to bring resilience into the business. I will summarize, and you see this road, Norway. I noticed there. I cannot see you very well, but you will come to me, I hope. You can expect complexity, obviously. That is what is happening right now, right? Some interesting dialogue with some people from the Commission telling me, oh, it's very easy for you guys because you have a global company. You just need to move from one place to another one. That's okay. Obviously, we live in a different time scale or a different world. I say, what about the costs? Oh, it will be absorbed by the market. Oh, really? Okay, then that's easy. No problem. But complexity is going to be here. It's already here. Go for it. It's an opportunity. If you have the right network, the right people together with you, your right colleagues, your right supplier base, it's going to be an opportunity. I say, go for it. Complexity is fun. Utilize the power of relationship. There's no better impact than the relationship that we create today and yesterday. There's no better impact than that. This is so powerful. By the way, it's for free. You know, when we connect, it's free and it brings value. And that's the whole purpose. So think about it. Within your ecosystem, where are you in the ecosystem between the regulator, the NGOs, the society, your colleagues, your supply base, your customer, the system around it, and AI also together with it as a tool? How are you conducting that? How are you orchestrating that? A very interesting question I think you should focus on. And that's why I'm asking to all of you, how much you invest into the relationship in your ecosystem. Are you ready to look at it? And then believe me, it's the success for resilience. Thank you very much all. Have a good day. Enjoy relationships. Thank you. Thank you, Viviana.
Wonderful, wonderful. I love that. Be the conductor of your own ecosystem. Please give an extra round of applause. Jan Test, Volvo. Thank you. Thank you. Now, dear people, up next in a couple of minutes, the future of supply chain. Faster, smarter, powered by AI. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Now, supply chains face constant disruption, but AI is here to change the game, especially in how we discover and work with suppliers. To share brand new insights from an economist impact study, please enjoy our next session starring John Ferguson from the Economist Impact Group and Gordon Donovan from SAP.
The procurement imperative: resilience, responsibility, reinvention. The world in 2025 is fragmented and fast-moving. Business models are under pressure, from geopolitics to generative AI. For businesses, resilience now depends on reconfiguring supply chains, rethinking talent, and redefining value. In 2025, procurement isn't just responding to risk. It's shaping how organizations grow, innovate, and stay competitive. Leaders want procurement to manage global risk, AI disruption, and ESG compliance, but only about a third of executives are highly confident their teams can deliver. As procurement takes more responsibility and oversight of business resilience aspects, procurement's leaders' confidence in their own abilities hangs below the other C-suite. AI and orchestration are reshaping workflows from sourcing to supplier risk intelligence. Whilst 72% feel confident using AI for productivity, only 55% feel confident using AI for strategy. The mandate is clear. The expectations are high. The time to act is now. To lead in 2025, procurement must measure what matters, leverage technology and upskill to close the capability gap, and work closely with its partners in this volatile environment.
What you've just seen is a very short snippet of some of the research that we've been working with. Good afternoon, my name is Gordon Donovan. I'm Global Vice President of Research for SAP Ariba, and I'm delighted that John's joined me.
John Ferguson, I work for Economist Impact. I'll tell you a bit more about that very briefly, part of the Economist Group, but I'm not a journalist, not the newspaper. We are sort of the research and amplification arm of the Economist Group, and we work with great partners to bring this sort of research to life.
And we've been working together for the last 4 years on this research, producing various different pieces of papers that have come out over the last 4 years. The difference with this research is that over 2,000 people take the study for a start-off, which probably makes it, if not then certainly one of the largest studies about procurement in the world. But the unique thing about this particular study is that whilst it's a study about procurement, it's a study that asks lots of different C-suite people about procurement. So it doesn't just ask procurement about procurement, it asks the CFO, it asks the Chief Operating Officer, the Chief HR Officer, the Chief Supply Chain Officer, as well as the Chief Procurement Officer. And what that gives us, I think, is it gives us a very rounded view of what procurement is and where it's going. Because surprisingly, and this might shock everybody in the room, sometimes not everybody agrees about what the direction happens to be, and the CFO might have a different opinion than the COO. So the video, and we'll give you a link at the end. There's a link you saw in the video, but there's a QR code at the end, which will take you through to the Economist Impact site, where you can download the papers, the infographic, watch the full video. And it's all what we call ungated, i.e. you don't need to leave your contact details, you can just read it, because the idea is to hopefully imbue some different ideas and some thoughts around what your peers around the world are going to see. But in the next 16 minutes and 35 seconds, we're going to give you the 3 key highlights that kind of jumped out to us about this study. And the first one, as you can see, point number 1, so we asked the question around, what are the organizational risks that you want procurement to focus on over the next 5 years? And the top answer, as you can see, 64% said geopolitical risk. So if you can solve that by 4 o'clock, that would be really handy, whilst at the same time driving about 5% worth of cost reduction. That would be perfect. I don't think that's what they mean. I think what they mean here is to recognize that this is going to drive an awful lot of uncertainty in your category strategies. And therefore, recognizing the impact of geopolitical risk is going to be absolutely crucial. And we had a conversation this morning about the impact on broader supply chains.
Absolutely. We've known now for a few years that geopolitics is one of the fundamental drivers of the global economy. So it's understandable. We see it on our phones, on the news every day. So it's there every day, and this result makes sense. The challenge that I see when working with colleagues and procurement professionals is interpreting what that geopolitical risk means for you and your business and your procurement supply chains. That's the challenge I see when I work with you all. People want more data, people want more analysis, more insight, because they know geopolitics matters, but everyone's still trying to work out what the heck does it mean for me.
And I think when we broaden the question out here a little bit, so again, organizational risk areas for procurement, geopolitics is absolutely one of the big drivers. And you can see that, and this was something that we noticed for the first time this year, over the 4 years that we've been doing this research, there's actually alignment between the organizational risk areas that the business want procurement to focus on and procurement strategic priorities. So previously, it's all been about supply chain visibility, but supply chain visibility has never made it to the strategic priorities. Whereas this year, and I've identified just one of the 4 strategic priorities, which is supply chain, supply-based reconfigurations. Organizations across the world are thinking about what does all of this geopolitical dynamics mean for them? And what they've identified globally, and I've split it out so that you can actually see some of the different personas and the different regions here. They're saying that reconfiguring, reorganizing supply chains, reorganizing supply bases is incredibly critical. And you can actually see more so in North America than the rest of the world, but don't be hidden from that. We're still over 44% globally have said supply chain reconfiguration. So you see the link between the geopolitical risk and supply chain, supply-based reconfigurations in terms of what they're seeing, probably more so in North America than the rest of the world. I don't know what's happening in North America that might change some of those supply chain reconfigurations. I haven't watched the news recently, John.
It might be pretty obvious what's driving that result. But Gordon, can we do a snap poll very quickly? So I encourage everyone to download the report. Clearly I'm biased, but I think it's a great piece of research we've been doing with SAP for 4 years. But one of the fascinating findings in the research on top of this was that this was a question about the short term. We also asked about the medium term of 3 to 5 years. And our great respondents thought that geopolitical risk was going to become less risky, quite significantly less risky in 5 years' time.
Yep.
Snap poll time. Just please put your hand up. I'm not going to hold you to account. But who thinks geopolitical risk is going to become less risky in 5 years' time? Anyone? Don't be shy. This is not scientific. Who thinks geopolitical risk will be either the same as it is now or more in 5 years' time? There you go. And this is the problem. I mean, we had great respondents. Our respondents are super smart, of course. But in this room, we just found, very scientifically, that most people think geopolitical risk will at least stay the same or get worse. And that's the challenge.
Yep.
There is incredible uncertainty about the next 3 or 4 or 5 years on this point.
I think if we broaden this away as well and looking at some of the other areas of risk, the next 3, and I'm going to hone in on the last one in a little bit, AI was consistently seen not only as an opportunity and not only as a strategic priority, but look, it was also seen as the second greatest risk. And I want us to remember that because our very last point is all about the issues around AI and around cybersecurity. But it was seen consistently as the number 2 risk in both the short term and the long term. The risks both for the organization but also possibly for the broader supply chain and the due diligence that's actually required as well. And look at number 3. Sustainability. Sustainability was identified as the 3rd organizational risk. From a strategic priorities perspective, it was seen in Europe as the number 1 short and long-term strategic priority. Less so in North America.
Absolutely. And there's this funny term, I didn't make it up, but when I work with your colleagues and your other C-suite leaders and business leaders, people telling me they're green hushing, right? It's not greenwashing, that's a totally different thing, but people are sort of still caring about, still trying to navigate sustainability, but just not talk about it too loudly. So for some of our North American colleagues, they're still engaged in sustainability. They're just not necessarily shouting it from the rooftops anymore.
Yeah, we were in a roundtable in May in London, and that was actually identified at that roundtable as well, where they were saying, we're still going to carry on with our supplier diversity projects, we're just not going to call them supplier diversity projects anymore, we're going to call them supplier development projects instead, which is exactly to your point.
And this is why you're all so busy, right? You're dealing with geopolitics, which we said has massive uncertainty. AI is both massively exciting, but also carries some risks. And climate change and sustainability is still real. So this is why you're all so busy. Hence, I tell my children why I have a job.
Okay, so let's take a look at the operating model. So the operating model as an organizational risk piece here that we're looking at. And I don't mean procurement's operating model, I mean organization operating model. So the business want procurement to focus on organizational operating model. It's number 4 in the short term, it's number 3 in the long term. So it's actually getting more important as we come in. I can't think what might be driving operating model changes, but maybe we can dig into this a little bit. So when we start thinking about and start reviewing all of the different pieces of research, not just the great research that the Economist Impact and SAP Ariba do, but also more broadly, I'm talking like BCG and Bain and McKinsey, all talk around organizations wanting to improve their competitiveness and improve their margin performance, in some ways recovering from the previous few years where they've been hammered somewhat in terms of this margin performance. So let's just remember that. Improve competitiveness, improve margin performance. In general, you seek to increase your prices to your customers, reduce your costs, your internal costs, and we heard Barbara, my colleague, my boss, let's be clear, mentioned earlier that, was it 70% of a McKinsey study said that 70% of CEOs said that they wanted to reduce cost. Or you find new customers and you expand your market. And generally, those are the 3 ways that you can do this. So improve competitiveness, improve market position. So in last year's Economist Impact study, we asked the question around, so what is your cost base? Where do you spend your money? So not third-party services, we're talking about their entire organization. And what over half of the respondents identified was that their top cost was their employees. It was their direct payroll, not their contingent labor, not their third-party services. They made up between 5 and 15%, depending on which industry you were in. But over half of the people identified that direct payroll was the biggest part of their costs, and you can see between 25 and 45% was direct payroll. So again, bringing this back to operating model evolution and what's going to happen. And as I showed you on that list, in the longer term, over 40% identified the operating model changes as something that they want procurement to focus on and what that could possibly mean. Now, I'm going to broaden this out a little bit. So if we're thinking about operating model changes, we've asked the question around the external workforce, contingent labor. And what we've been finding over the last 4 years is that people are expanding the use of the external labor. So we asked the question, so why are you expanding the use of the external labor? And 2 answers have come through this year. And when I say, so I work in research, and when I see these 2 numbers come up and a gap of 50% between the second number and the third number, kind of tells me that it's just these 2 numbers that I need to worry about. So I'm going to share those 2 numbers with you. And maybe this isn't going to shock and amaze you, but the top reason why people are seeking to drive the increased use of external workforce is cost savings. What are we talking around? Top 1, improve competitiveness, improve margin performance. Biggest driver of external workforce is cost savings. Why else might you think about changing your operating model? It might be because you don't necessarily have the skills. Well, that's because the second reason why organizations want to use external workforce is because they don't have access to these specialized skills because the market is changing too much. We've recently been doing a whole talent cliff thing, and I think I saw some numbers that 30 million people in the US alone will retire by the end of this decade. So 30 million people are exiting the workforce by the end of this decade. There is a talent shortage, not just because they haven't got the skills, there's a physical labor shortage. There is declining birth populations. I think I saw 10% reduction in undergraduate enrollments over the last 12 months. So you are seeing this massive talent shortage that's coming up, hence the reason why we have people using external workforce. So cost saving, access to specialized skills, and we also asked the question around, all right, if you're going to use the external workforce for this, what's your priorities for the next couple of years? What are you thinking about doing? Well, again, there were 2 answers that kind of jumped out. Number 1 was improving SOW management, was improving scope of work, statement of works, however you want to call that. I've done a separate piece of research with Art of Procurement, and it identified that whilst 56% of organizations have the ability to either impose damages and use a big stick to help motivate organizations to deliver things, less than half of the people who have that actually have any KPIs in their contracts, which is a bit of a problem. So, improving SOW management, and why do you want to improve SOW management? Because apparently, according to, again, this research, 38% of organizations are going to be increasing Not the outsourcing of procurement, but the outsourcing of big chunks of things within their business. John, what are you seeing when you talk to your customers?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because I'm full of doom and gloom, despite being Australian, I tend to talk to your colleagues about geopolitics and macroeconomics and all this sort of stuff. The thread through all of this for me is just the macroeconomic uncertainty. So in a more uncertain environment, clearly, with revenues being challenged on one side, cost saving is necessary. But similarly, the external workforce for me, linking to uncertainty, it's just more flexible. It just allows yourselves and our respondents to be more agile, more flexible. And in an uncertain environment where you don't know in 6 months' time, are we going to be doing that, or are we going to be doing this, having external contractors, contributors, is just an easier way to do business.
And I think, as we've just talked about, we are going to see this increasing and consistent volatility, and the ability to respond is going to be critical. Okay, so we can't come to DPW without talking about technology, so we're going to talk about technology. Don't worry, I'm not going to talk about specific pieces of technology, I'm going to talk about more broadly. And this might shock you again. That didn't get fixed. Oh, well, never mind. So you've got a lot of information that's just come up. So let me take you through this first bit. We ask the same question every single year around what are the top technology trends that you in procurement want to use over the next 12 to 18 months. And in shocking news, 54% said generative AI. I know that's brand new information, and you're absolutely gobsmacked by that piece of information. What I will say was it was also the number one last year, but the gap between 1 and 2 has grown by about 15 to 20%. When I start looking at the differences over the course of the year. Number 2 was intake management. I'm sure there's people from Zip and Oro and Tonkean out there. That's exactly the same number this year as it was last year, which I thought was quite interesting. All of these things that we took, if anyone reads the Gartner hype cycle, you might notice it from the innovation trigger line. Give me a little bit of leeway. Generative AI was right at the peak of inflated expectations last year when we started pulling this information together. So we can see what that means from a technology perspective. Now, how does that actually come back into what we do and the skills that we're having? Well, you can see that over 2/3 identified the top skill for procurement as being AI proficiency and ethics. Interesting. The issue that I would find with some of those skills is that what I consider as being the top 2 skills for procurement, one is change management, and one is curiosity. We're actually at the bottom, which I think we just probably need to have a think about what that means for how we interpret some of this data. But let's keep going. So 2/3 said AI proficiency is the top skill needed for procurement, and 46% said that digital adoption is the top KPI to measure procurement performance. Now that, I think, is fascinating. Not cost savings. Cost savings was somewhere down the bottom. It was around about 4th or 5th in terms of those. But actual digital adoption. And interestingly, again, Barbara mentioned about collaboration earlier. And one of the benefits from collaboration, according to our research, is increased digital adoption, between better internal collaboration between suppliers and partners. Now, I've mentioned AI a couple of times, and it being a massive opportunity. And I also mentioned it as a risk. And I wanted to show you this chart here. So we asked the question around, of all the things happening in the world, what's going to change, not procurement strategy, what's going to make your organization stop and fundamentally reshape and change what your strategy is? And it wasn't even close as to what the answer was. So that dark green is critical impact. You'll see that cyber and cybersecurity was at 65%, and nothing else was over 22. John, what are you seeing from a cyber perspective?
I mean, I think there's a lot of great information here, and to me, this reminds us that any transformative technology has both an upside and a downside. The downside is the cyber risk. Clearly, you're all in legitimate businesses. There are illegitimate businesses using AI, and that's the challenge. But just quickly, Gordon, I also want to say on the upside, there's a lot of upside with AI, but I think there will be winners and losers. You clearly got to have the right technology and data, but I also see the best companies getting the right culture, skills, change management, and all that internal stuff right to complement the technology and data that comes in. So I think there will be winners, but it's getting that whole entire AI governance, AI culture right, and then they'll see those benefits.
I think the cultural change is right, and it does allow us to put a Spider-Man quote in there about with great with great power comes great responsibility. I think that's the, see, who thought we could get a Spider-Man quote into a procurement congress, but there we go. Okay, hopefully that's given you a snippet and a taste. There's a QR code up there that takes you to the Economist Impact site where you can download all of this data. You can watch the full video. There's infographics. There's specific things on there as well that if you want to take a look at CPO data in Europe, you can download that. CFO data in Asia, you can download that. So please feel free to take a QR code, go to that site, download the data, have a read of it, and think about what it means for your organization and how you're going to help elevate procurement to really deliver the value. With that, thank you very much for your time and attention this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the Congress.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thanks so much. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all these wonderful, sometimes even mind-blowing insights, right? So, dear people, up next, a session all about how AI meets global trade in the battle for direct materials. We'll be back in around 4 minutes. See you soon.
Cheating on you. You've been cheating on me. But I've been cheating through this life. Cheating on me. I've been cheating on you. And all this you've been cheating on me. I've been cheating through. Oh, Christ. Cheating on me. I've been cheating on you. Am I good for nothing? Cheating on me. I've been cheating through this life.
And we're back. So people, direct materials make up for the majority of global spend. And yet most innovation still focuses on indirect. So what happens when AI and global trade collide? Leading companies are fighting fire with fire and redefining the future of direct materials. Please give it up for the amazing Spencer Penn, CEO of Lightsource. Enjoy.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, when I came up here earlier today, I had 3 minutes. Now I've got you in the ring for a whole 20 minutes. My name is Spencer. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lightsource. We're a direct materials operating system. And I'm here to speak to you today about a little red book that I hold in my hands. Who here has seen this book around during the conference? Okay, virtually everybody. Who here has actually read the book since getting it? Okay, we've got a few. It's perfect reading for the plane ride home. This is not marketing. Of course it is, but it really isn't. This is something I wrote that I feel very proud of, that most importantly, I believe is true. And if you read it and you see it as authentic, maybe a little bit controversial, but it accurately describes what I've experienced in the world of direct materials. This is the Spec to Scale Manifesto, and we're going to talk a little bit about our philosophy around direct materials today. You may have also seen that this sort of communist-era theme has extended to our booth, where folks like Joe and Peter are evangelizing the good word of Spec to Scale. You've also probably seen the posters around. I promise my ego isn't actually this big, but it is on theme. Supply resiliency, launch new products faster, AI technology. But I want to start with just like the quick intro of why we're doing what we're doing. And for decades, procurement software has focused on indirect spend, travel, marketing, IT, office supplies. Meanwhile, the most critical spend of all, direct materials, that makes up a company's product has been managed with spreadsheets, emails, and brittle workflows. The stakes couldn't be higher. 70 to 80% of product cost is determined at the specification stage. Supplier readiness dictates whether new products launch on time. Quality failures, cost variance, and supply risk can derail entire programs, and yet direct materials has no software category of its own. That ends right now. Spec to Scale is the next generation software discipline for direct materials, the life cycle of taking a spec from concept through sourcing into supply and ultimately scaling resilient production. It is the operating model for companies that want to launch products faster, reduce costs structurally, and I mean structurally. That's not just negotiating against suppliers. That's working to find structural unlocks within your product portfolio and build resilient supply chains. And there's broadly 3 pillars, and I'll talk about them a little bit later. But I'll just take a step back. Who am I? How did I come to this world? I spent most of my career at Tesla. When I was there, I helped lead a program called the Model 3. It's funny, when I first started at Tesla, it was a boutique car business, and a lot of my friends and family said it was a big career mistake to work at Tesla. That would never be someone's main vehicle. It's a tech toy. It's an iPad with wheels. The Model 3 really changed all that. But I very quickly realized that we were sourcing $30 billion of car parts using spreadsheets and emails. And that just drove me nuts, because upstream we had the PLM, which is the engineering team system of record, where all the CAD was stored. And downstream we had the ERP, which is the finance team system of record for transactions. And in between we had really 2 bad choices. One was stick with Excel and email, which is the devil we know, or go with a legacy S2P platform and try to fit a square peg into a round hole. There's a lot that goes into making a car, and there's a lot of different stakeholders involved. Everything from the design team, who are physically sculpting the structure out of clay, to the engineering team taking the design and making a manufacturable product, supply chain going out and building the supply base. The secret of automotive, by the way, is that the OEM doesn't make the car. The suppliers make the car. The OEM just assembles it. You have manufacturing, who puts it all together, and then sales and service, but it's rarely a fully linear process like this. It's actually more complicated. Then when you look at the broader spend landscape, direct is only one part of the full end-to-end direct materials, indirect, ranging from strategic, which is the big dollar stuff, tactical, which is 3 bids and a buy, and the tail. But when we actually think about the magnitude of all these things, and I'm a very visual thinker, so I love looking at things like this Sankey diagram up here. We can see on the left the revenue of Apple. We've got the iPhone, the wearables, Mac. That's the total product revenue down to services. There you go, the total revenue. And then the single biggest dollar flow of money within that business is direct materials, the cost of goods going into the product. And that little section over there on the right, SG&A, is the mixture of indirect plus all of the personnel. And that's the thing that everybody in this conference is really focused on. Now, if you look at a manufacturing business like Ford, it's even more extreme, where we see that the duality between direct materials and indirect absolutely dwarfs indirect. And it's consistent across companies across the Fortune 500, from Walmart to PepsiCo, NVIDIA, and Siemens. And so direct materials is by far the largest area of spend, representing $25 trillion globally, yet 97% of tech vendors at DPW are actually focused on one of three items. Intake of indirect, which is like a glorified help desk. Maybe that's a little rude, but indirect sourcing or automation of the S2P workflow. And so the question that I want to ask the audience is, how did we get here? How do we end up in this situation? And to go back to the little bit of the Marxist philosophy, I think my personal opinion is that I think that procurement is the most undervalued and frankly undercompensated area of any business. And there's four elements to this narrative arc. I believe that a lot of folks didn't necessarily choose procurement. It sort of found them. Very few people go to school and study procurement. There's a lack of standardization. If we look at a field like accounting, you have the FSB, the Financial Standards Board, which publishes GAAP, the generally accepted accounting principles. When you talk to procurement, everyone has their own homebrewed perspective on how that should be run. And in fact, you even see it when you look on LinkedIn. You have buyers, you have direct material managers, you have GSMs, GCMs, global category managers, supply chain managers. You have a whole host of different titles that kind of relate and may or may not be the same thing, so it's very homebrewed. But most importantly, you have a broken incentive structure. And so something I've noticed now that I'm doing some work as a founder on the sales side is that if you're a great seller and you deliver a huge amount of value to your team, let's say you create you deliver $10 million project or sale or contract. You get a compensation for that, performance bonus, a commission. You might get 10%. Now, if you're in procurement and you go and save $100 million for your business, what happens? You might get a thank you. You might be invisible. Or worse yet, people might look at it and say, why did you not save that $100 million last year? And you get a slap on the wrist. And so there isn't really a performance incentive for people to do exceptional work beyond the sort of softer managerial questions. And incentives really do matter. They do drive tech adoption. So I won't go into these exact studies, but at MIT Sloan, they analyzed 490 US firms, and they found that technology adoption succeeds when there's accountability, metrics, and tools enforcing it. McKinsey has found something very similar. They've examined hundreds of corporations and found that financial incentives directly affect outcomes. And then finally, the Harvard Business Review, my alma mater, they researched the link between incentive clarity and employer engagement within digital transformation. So you have to metric it, you have to provide incentives around it, and then you have to make those incentives clear. But when we look at procurement, we actually see a huge adoption problem. So 76% of procurement teams use Excel and email every day as their primary tool. And I like to compare this with the sales teams, where we see that 87% of sales teams use a CRM or some other Customer 360 every day. Now, these are two sides of the same coin. They should look identical. Sales sells to procurement, procurement buys from sales. Why is it over here that we go to Dreamforce and we see 25,000 people and the Red Hot Chili Peppers playing on stage and 15,000 vendors, and then for the exact equivalent on the opposite side of the coin, we see much, much less? So I have a philosophy about how procurement tech developed over time. The first wave was what I would call transactional digitization. So this is taking paper processes and moving them into some kind of software. The main purpose is what we call don't screw up systems. They're not meant to help procurement do more. It's to help prevent people from making mistakes. They're constraints, not enablers. The second was, we get the internet. This is amazing. We have an e-auction boom. You have companies like Commerce One, Ariba, and free markets It seems like auctioning is the new flavor of the decade. It'll save everything, but eventually the cracks start to show. It turns out that auctioning is not really the salve for every possible category. Then we see a consolidation. So we have the suite era and the development of the S2P process, a very clever invention to help people wrangle the ideas around procurement tech into a finite set of boxes, source to contract and procure to pay. And then finally, we have the add-on to S2P, which is the intake side. That's the new revolution, if you want to call it, over the last 5 years, which is, hey, we're going to also have a front door to allow people to make requests into procurement, create tickets for them to then manage. But again, this all relates to indirect, and the pendulum has swung so far. You know, in the 80s through 2000s, people understood that direct was really important, and people were building real systems around it, systems of record. And then for the last 20 plus years, direct has been, the perception has been that direct is managed, and indirect is the Wild West. So let's build systems for the undermanaged spend or the unmanaged spend. Let's focus on the tail. We can automate that. But now we've been, for so long, focusing on the noise and not the actual signal, the elephant in the room, which is the big flow of dollars. And so now I believe that the future is that direct deserves purpose-built tech. And then, in fact, this source-to-pay process, in fact, ends with P2P and not where direct primarily lives transactionally, which is the ERP. So by definition, this is not built for direct materials. It's built for indirect. And every CPO measures their digital maturity against this. Every tech company measures their roadmap against how can I check the boxes off. Large corporates run their RFPs based on this, but it's actually not fit for purpose for direct. It's focusing on the minority of spend. So it doesn't work. And so where did we decide, okay, we're going to start really thinking about what is S2P for direct? It was actually a conversation with Mickey Keck, who's one of the analysts from Gartner, who I actually adore dearly. And it was the first time we ever met, and he saw a demo of LightSource, and he said to me, this is his initial reaction, I've had customers ask for this. I had no idea this existed. I never really had a great answer, because what they were essentially looking for is what LightSource is, something between a sourcing tool and a PLM that connects through to the ERP. We were written up as a cool vendor just like about a month ago, which is an amazing accolade. We're thrilled about it, and we're very proud to be partnering more and more with Gartner over time. But it's even been difficult, I think, for Mickey and other Gartner analysts to describe exactly what LightSource is, because there hasn't been a taxonomy around direct built in this area. There's been the PLM and the ERP, and we know there's a lot of other stuff that happens, but it doesn't fit cleanly into the indirect S2P process. And so that's the origin of spec to scale. So we started to think from a first principles basis, what is this discipline? So engineering systems, supplier interaction surface through spec to scale, out to the ERP system. And so this is a quick definition of what spec to scale is. It's a direct materials operating system that bridges between spec management and design. The PLM with the transactional manufacturing systems, ERP and MRP. And there's generally 3 pillars. The first is spec to source. The second is source to supply. And the third is supply to scale. And so spec to source is your defining your specifications, whether this is CAST numbers for chemicals or CAD for automotive or recipes for food or specifications even for strategic indirect like travel and logistics. Source to supply, we're selecting suppliers, then we're ramping them up, we're getting them ready for industrialization, we're preparing for production, and then supply to scale. That transition point is the start of production, then we're managing growth, which applies a lot of pressure to the system, long-term supply management, and the ongoing life cycle topics, whether it be risk or continuous cost down, index adjustment, FX. The world doesn't end just because we've launched the product. And so these are some examples of the work that tends to fit into these 3 pillars pretty neatly. And so this is what we've built LightSource to reflect. It's a modern operating system for direct materials teams. We started by taking the direct materials chaos on the left. Engineering develops a spec. They email it to procurement. Procurement has questions. They send it back to engineering. They send it out to suppliers. Suppliers have questions. Suppliers have design input. We update the spec. Finance asks, why did the price change, up or down or left, right? And eventually it ends up being 500 to 2,000 emails just to figure out who's the right supplier, what's the right spec, is that price fair, and that's just the start. So we say, let's bring this into a single pane of glass. This is LightSource. PLM, LightSource, ERP. Now we're a complete digital ecosystem, so Lightsource includes everything from bill of materials management, spec sharing, design iteration, should cost modeling, sourcing, award optimization, benchmarking, index tracking, automated category strategy, supplier discovery, supplier quality, and more. I'll happily give anybody here a demo if they want to afterwards. And I think a lot of things are possible today that weren't possible 5 years ago. This is a little bit of my view of like the development of software. I think that on the left axis you have ease of use, is something easy to use or difficult to use. And on the bottom axis, is it a simple use case or a complex use case? And historically, it was relatively straightforward to build something that's easy, approaching a simple use case. You could also build something that's very complicated to use, that addresses a complex use case, but requires expert users like a COE. But now, with AI, I think we're actually able to fully shift this curve and say we can build sophisticated systems with a simple user interface. So I think a lot of things are possible that weren't before. Procurement teams that engage with spec to scale and have employed it, we find that they're able to meaningfully reduce their bill of materials spend by 3 to 15%. They're also able to increase their actual sourcing cycle, which allows them to bring products to market faster. And then, this doesn't get talked about enough, but happiness, both on the buying side and supply side. I think software, in my view and our view as a company, should be a tool of the mind to help people do more and live better, not to add additional frustration to their already complicated lives. And so the question is, what industries does this apply to? Is this just an automotive thing? And it's sort of funny, because we have a range of customers, and they will say, well, for the customers that have BOMs, whether it's construction equipment or automotive or aerospace, they're like, this is what I dreamt up. I even went to dinner yesterday with somebody who said that they had, in their free time, done doodles of ideas for a system that ended up looking a lot like Lightsource, and then when they saw that it existed, it was like a euphoria kind of moment. But when we talk to apparel companies, they say, we don't use BOMs. What do you use? We have tech packs. Oh, it's a BOM. What about the chemicals businesses? Oh, we have a formulation. We don't use BOMs. Okay, but it's SKUs going into a mixture. Food, it's recipes. So you can tweak the nomenclature, just the word itself, but conceptually, Lightsource and spec to scale as a philosophy works for any company that is delivering a physical product to customers. And we've seen this in our own business across the Fortune 500 and Global 2000. Just to brag a little bit about our team, we've been growing extremely quickly. I think this has been really exciting for us. Retention expansion is really high, over 200% NRR. We are globally used across 100 countries and 6 continents. And we're proud to announce that we recently unveiled one of the largest Series A's of all time, 33 million at 130 million valuation, led by Lightspeed and Bain Capital, 2 phenomenal firms based in the United States. And we have a world-class team that we've brought together to really address this topic. So I can't go through everybody, but I really wish I could. Peter Rietstra led McKinsey's procurement, was a partner at McKinsey leading their procurement practice for about a decade before joining us full-time. Our CTO, Idan, comes from Google X and Google Research, which is the birthplace of the LLM. The whole rest of the team is equally high caliber from similar kinds of companies. Sam led North America sales for Coupa before joining us earlier this year. We've been featured in the press. You've probably seen some of the stuff in CNBC or Fortune or Axios or Wall Street Journal. There's a great talk at the New York Stock Exchange. I highly recommend that everybody take a look at it. And then finally, we've been recognized by customers and thought leaders alike. And so I think for a long time, I've been sort of hammering about direct materials deserves more, and it deserves its own, if not its own technology, at least deserves technology that can really serve it properly. And I think when you start a company, people at first think, okay, this is a little crazy, or why is this different, or why does this matter? And then you start getting some early adopters, some believers, right? And then you're dancing, instead of just by yourself, you have like 2 or 3 people with you. And then all of a sudden, those people are really excited. People take notice, and they say, actually, there's a bunch of people dancing over there. We should actually check it out. And so I'm starting to feel this like real inflection point, this real turning point. I think this DPW has made me feel this way, that there are more people than ever that are looking around and saying, waking up to this idea that, wait a second, if the majority of our spend is in direct materials, how is it possible that we're orienting our entire conversation around tech on the things that actually don't move the needle? And so that's the final thing I'm going to ask of everybody here, is to join us. Take a copy of the book. I'd love for you to read it. I'd love to get feedback. I don't believe that this is complete. This is version 1.2 of the book. And so if there's things you agree with that you love, I'd like to hear them. If there's things you disagree with, I would like to hear those even more. And so please reach out to me. My email is spencer@lightsource.ai. That's actually my email. I actually read it. And I think a few people in here actually got text messages from me earlier today. So I invite you to join us and our team in our mission to really bring direct materials, the kind of technology that it frankly has all too long deserved. So with that, I just want to say thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. You know what I absolutely love about DPW?
What?
Amazing, passionate speakers sharing bold ideas live on stage, just like you did.
Thank you.
Just now. Spencer Penn, CEO of Lightsource. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Amazing. Up next, a question that is as bold as it is urgent. Can AI ever truly be circular? We will be back for that session in around 3 minutes. Hello and welcome back. How are you all doing? How's the energy? Maybe you start yesterday, but yesterday I had some exercises for my amazing audience, just to keep the blood flow pumping. So I thought maybe we should repeat it, so that I'm absolutely sure that your energy is up. So please, on your feet, everyone. Yes, please, stand up. All right, I'm gonna make it real quick, no worries. Just follow my lead. We're gonna do 3 squats. There we go, and 1, and 2, and 3. Now, do you feel it? Yeah? Are you ready to kick off our next session now? Do you feel the blood entering your brain? Getting all enthusiastic about a very pressing question that we should all ask ourselves. How are we going to make AI truly circular? Because that is what our next session is all about. All right. People, AI is super powerful, but it's also energy hungry, it's water thirsty, it's resource intensive, right? So the challenge is clear. Can we make AI circular? Our next speaker is here to share some bold ideas and real-world solutions to rethink the footprint of our digital future. Please give it up for our next speaker, Deborah Dahl, founder of the Circular Supply Chain Network.
How many times have we heard the word AI today? How many times have you used AI today? How many times have you used the cloud? Your phone's doing it right now, even if you're not asking it to. But just as you heard, AI is a hungry being. And so we think about this topic. Every time we're lazy and we ask ChatGPT the question instead of Googling it ourselves, what's the impact? And that's what we'll explore together. We'll look at these 2 elements. First, what is AI? If it's not already clear. And then what is circular? We'll put the 2 together. AI, as we use it today, though, we're really talking about a small subset, about the original definition of artificial intelligence, which, of course, started quite a while ago. If anybody can be brave and loud, who is this? Alan Turing. And which decade did Alan Turing coin the term artificial intelligence? 50s, yes, the 50s. And what's always funny about time is whenever I give this talk, I say about 50 years ago, Alan Turing was 70 years ago is when the 50s was. So Alan Turing developed what is called artificial intelligence in order to crack the German Enigma machine. There's a lovely movie about this. But that was the original term AI. What it really meant at the time was doing math faster than a human could, which is a big deal because every single day they tried to crack a code and it was a race against the clock. So here we have the first building block as we start to explore AI, because as a supply chain professional, I think about AI in terms of a self-driving supply chain, a self-healing supply chain, a supply chain that operates itself. And this is, I think, given the front page of all the exhibitioners out there, we're aiming towards an agentic operations future. And in order to do that, we need to put these building blocks together. So the first one is machines that can think faster than we can. And we have additional building blocks. We have machines that can see. We have a connected enterprise, and we have a Fizzy-Digi system. What are all of those? Machines that can see, this is in the 70s. In 1974 was the first time a barcode went beep. And the beep was on a pack of Wrigley's gum. Why does this matter? When we're sitting in supply chain at the time, we were doing everything by hand on paper. For the very first time, we were connected to point of sale with that very first barcode beep, thanks to GS1. Walmart was the first to connect that to the warehouse. first one, starting to connect point of sale to the rest of the supply chain. This is a huge deal. When we want the supply chain to run itself, the supply chain has to be able to see what's happening throughout the process. Connected enterprises. Now, this is a funny one because, of course, in the 1990s, this is the advent of ERPs. Have they proven it? I know SAP is a sponsor, so we're going to say, of course they have. But many of us still struggle with ERPs today to truly connect. Why? We acquire companies, we spin out companies, we mash companies together, we allow autonomy to some factories to pick their own stacks. All of a sudden, our one connected enterprise still needs some connectivity across, but that was the 90s. At the time, of course, nobody had a way to have the enterprise talk to each other. The early 2000s brought something pretty incredible for our global operations. This is RFID. The transformation that happened in ports specifically, in order to have the benefits of the beep of the barcode without having to actually scan anything. Then we get into, and this is the implications of each one, of course, as they come into our supply chain so that humans don't have to do it. That becomes a transfer of a human activity to a machine activity. I started my career in 2008-09 at Microsoft, and I remember a hallway conversation when we were still in the office then. We were all in Seattle, of course, and I remember us saying, gosh, Amazon is hiring all these data scientists into their supply chain. That's so weird. I wonder why they're doing that. And of course, we now know why. If we think about the world that Amazon has created for us, this is from their data science team. We start to look at terms that now are more familiar to us as we start to look at predicting what's going to happen throughout our supply chains, throughout our procurement processes, what our customers need, what our suppliers are going to do. What I love about this is it says in 2013 there was a lot of excitement around machine learning and deep learning. And of course, when we say AI today, most of the time we actually mean deep learning with a little bit of Gen AI thrown in there. We'll talk about that more. But what's great here is it says 2013 we were thinking about this concept of a neural network, but it wasn't a reality. And then a group of interns between 2014 and 2015 helped make that into a reality. And of course, that's the basis of today's capabilities. This started the probabilistic predictions that we need in order for our supply chains to run themselves. So all of this takes us up until very recently when, no shock at all on what's on the next slide, our whole world's changed. And our world's changed because of three major breakthroughs. One, large amounts of access to human language called the internet in every different language. That's one major step forward. The second is transformer neural networks, a new kind which work differently and help data relate to each other in a new way. And the third is purpose-built hardware so everything can go really fast. And it has gone fast. This is, in fact, 2 years out of date, but it shows you how these large language models and foundational models have developed. What I particularly like about this is the naming convention, some Berts and some Ernies up there, and all the different names we're giving to these models. What this means for us is we can talk to our supply chains. We can understand, we can search our supply chains in natural language like we never have before. We never have to log in to an application again, which is sort of awkward for some software companies. You think a lot about a user interface and the importance of navigatability of an application. But this becomes a reality. Here becomes the building blocks of AI. And if we think about the speed, this is a little bit small, so I'll pause here. The speed, which feels very fast to me, it is 70 years. But when we think about the size, the machine that Turing built in the 50s was called ACE. It took up a whole room. That got smaller, refrigerator-sized, and so forth, and now is the size of a postage stamp. We can look at compute getting much faster, moving from operations per second to teraflops. Memory, of course, has improved. Power has become astonishingly more efficient. And most importantly, the cost per MIPS, million instructions per second, the way that we measure how fast they can think, started out at $1 billion and now is down to fractions of pennies. So with this type of advancement, we're sitting here today with the ability to use technology like we never have before. And I'm sure at every stage in this history, supply chain professionals, or whatever they were called at the time, transportation analysts, had the same thought. What an amazing time to be in our field, to have access to the technology that we do today. We've all seen some version of this, but again, as a reminder, when we say AI, truly we're talking about a subset. Most often today, we mean some version of a large language model combined, perhaps with an agent or two, and that is a subset. That's deep learning and Gen AI. So AI, again, was doing math faster than a human can. Machine learning recognizes patterns without us telling it what pattern to look for. Deep learning looks at layers and layers of patterns. It might say something like, look at an image, and how do you know that it's a cat and not a witch or a broom? How do you recognize shapes on shapes and make sense of that? So image recognition, language recognition, all are examples of deep learning. Gen AI, we all know, we get to make funny memes and good pictures and send them to our friends. If we start looking at this in an example, we can think about a project manager, something we've all probably done in our careers and asked for budget to hire in our teams. But instead of a project manager, let's make her digital. An agent, let's say a digital coworker, or like I call them now, my colleagues in the cloud, which I think is a fun way to say it. And we might consider some of the tasks that she does in her day. Schedule meetings, take notes and set of action items, create our project plan, a critical path, conduct risk management, so is there risk to that critical path, and of course, manage our stakeholders, very fickle. If we take just one example of how we might schedule a meeting and break apart those tasks in a way that we can explain it to a computer, it might look like this. We need to be able to access schedules. We need to be able to request flexibility if some one of the people needing to be in the meeting is not available. And we need to create an agenda. Doing all of these can be an example of machine learning. I like this version of the graph of machine learning because it shows us the three different versions. We've got supervised, which I think we're all familiar with, unsupervised, and then, of course, reinforcement learning. This might be an example of unsupervised learning when we think about a certain team member really prefers meetings first time of the day or in the afternoon or not on Fridays. These personalized experiences, we can now learn and alter our processes to help. So when we start to think about how might a process end, is it going to be an email or a text message or a Teams or a Slack message? And now the answer is all of those can work. So we think about the capabilities needed for AI, and in this case, I'm calling AI self-driving supply chain the pinnacle at the moment, the best we can consider an operation that runs itself. But as a supply chain professional, of course, I think about AI and remember that AI is in the cloud, and the cloud is a physical place. The cloud is made up of physical hardware that needs power, it needs to be cooled, and it needs to be maintained. So here we come to the second part of our question. We've said, okay, what do we mean when we say AI? And now let's look at what do we mean to be circular, and can AI be circular? Every single year, 100 billion tons of materials enters the global economy. It's a little bit hard to read, so I'll read it for you. Purple is mineral, orange is ores, blue is fossil fuels, and green is biomass. Along the top, we have the processes take, process, produce, provide, and we see societal needs at the edge. Housing, communications, mobility, healthcare services, consumables, and nutrition. Most of that is used or added to stock, like buildings, and you'll see a small feedback loop at the bottom of resources that are used again. What's interesting here, out of all 100 billion tons that come into the global economy every year, they come through you first. All of this is procured, all of this is sourced, all of this comes through our supply chains. That means we have some level of custody over these materials at some point in time. But of course, you've also probably seen that we use more than our fair share. Those 100 billion tons is more than we really can support as an overall planet. And when we say that, we mean we're actually running out of materials in the planet. This is some research done that is a heat map on the periodic table of elements. The darkest blue is less than 50 years of known mineable materials inside the planet. Now, there might be a case that we find more, but at this point in time, this is what we know that we can come and take. And that includes gold, silver, tungsten, tin, some of the big, important minerals that we need to run our technology and the cloud. So if we're using more than we can, and we're running through our supplies faster than we are able to, then we start to imagine a world where we actually need to regenerate. We need to leave the place better than we found it. So as we come into a process, to an industry, to a region, to a certain supply chain, how can we actually add to the stock? And we'll talk about that now. So how can AI ever truly be circular? And we'll look at these 4 elements like I mentioned before. How do we build, how do we run, how do we cool, and how do we maintain? Let's start with maintain. As I mentioned earlier, the rate of technology of hardware, of course, is advancing like crazy. This is why we see a chip war, and this is why the valuation of these companies is so high. Today, when we get a new server, typically what happens is we take the old server and we put it into a big industrial blender, throw some magnets at it, try to pull out the valuable bits, and we throw the rest away. We do that because it's hard to take it apart, and it's hard to wipe clean of data and reduce the risk to the company who's providing the server. However, we can use a very interesting application of AI here in order to reuse components. This is a company out of Washington, D.C. called Molg, M-O-L-G. They have developed a series of robots that can take a server apart in 3.5 minutes, which I think is an impressive feat. And they do that very specifically to put it back together again. They can co-locate this process, so they can take it apart. They test what they need to test. They replace the items that have become more efficient. So with how fast these hardware is developing, it might be that one server can now do the job of 10 servers. So this is, in theory, a good thing that we're upgrading the capability of these servers, and then they can remanufacture all in the same line. They've recently announced a partnership with AWS, so the good news is probably the hyperscaler solution that you're using is engaging in some version of how can we be more responsible with the hardware that we have. This brings up the idea of urban mining. You've probably heard of e-waste. Recently, I saw a study that estimates there's 10 billion phones in our kitchen drawers at home, not on the planet, just literally in our kitchen drawers, in that junk drawer we all have. And so we have this idea of mining cities, and it turns out it's actually cheaper to mine a city than it is to mine the planet. This is some research I actually did myself a couple years ago when I worked at 0100, and it shocked all of us. We checked the number several times, but really what happens is that the gold, for example, is more dense in urban waste, if you will, than in the planet. We can combine that with a solution like this one. This is Xometry. This is their homepage. You go to their homepage, and you can access their factory of 10,000 or their network of 10,000 factories. You upload a CAD design. You can see the toggle at the top. Do I want to have low volume or high volume? And if it's low volume, because we just need one replacement part for one server, you can do that. They'll find the factory closest to your operation that does what you need, and it'll produce for you. So in this way, we're talking about all of the physical materials that support this area. And in that way, we both maintain and build new. There's a lot of discussion now about reshoring. Some industries, particularly semiconductor, will be very difficult to put the whole thing into one geography. A chip crosses 70 borders before it's ever put in to the product it'll live in. But I do see a future where we can remanufacture regionally and locally. Then we need to run and power these data centers, and as you heard, they're very hungry. Very interesting organization called Breakthrough Energy, run by Bill Gates. They invest in breakthrough energy investments. Here's some examples of those investments they've made over time. You've probably heard of some of these, ranging from fuels to alternative energy production. In this case, I'll give you an example of what's called deep sky. Now, taking carbon out of the air is a very contentious topic somehow. Typically, though, we need to have ands, not ors, when we think about our solutions. So if we think about alternative energy sources and we remember our digital project manager, for the simple task of scheduling that meeting, that will take the same energy as 3 hours of a light bulb or charging your phone 2 times. So now, in a similar way that in our heads and in our guts we can come up with a cost per unit, we'll start to develop an energy per task, if you will. So we need to run these and we need to cool these. So the same idea for scheduling that meeting, it would take about a water bottle's worth of water. It's usually water used to cool these machines, which is why you see some of the innovations of putting data centers on ships or underwater, because there's a lot of water that's cold. In our case, if we take a standard data center, it's the equivalent of 6,500 households amounts of water. So what are we going to do? Because it's funny that they're putting data centers into water scarce areas, and then water's going to become even more scarce. So we can turn to some innovators, of course, in this space. As we start to understand the coming together of supply chain and urban planning in many ways. You may have seen of this innovation of pulling water straight out of the air, which is really interesting when you think about the air. So we can pull carbon out of the air. One of my favorite material alternatives, you actually do pull carbon out of the air and then ferment it like yogurt, and it makes a complete protein. It was how NASA was going to feed all of the astronauts up in space, and that's a reality today. It's called air protein. So we can take carbon out of the air to fuel. We can take carbon out of the air to make my earrings. These are 20 flights each earring. And we can take water out of the air to run our operations. Very interesting to watch the space. And we can start thinking about localized resource sourcing. So we get to our question here, can AI ever be truly circular? And it's interesting because we have all of the components. All of the technology actually exists already today. What we don't have is a shift away from the last 100 years of running our supply chains and those 100 billion tons that enter the economy every year through all of us. So we start to imagine a world again where instead of using more than the planet has, we make the place better than we found it, so that we still have resources to use 20 or 30 or 40 years from now. Now, I'm not sure how far all of you are through your career, but there's going to come another generation of supply chain professionals not so far after us who then have to deal with the decisions that we make today. 100 billion tons comes through you every single year. That means the decisions that you make a difference. So thank you for being considerate in the decisions that you make. And go be curious. This doesn't have to apply to AI and circularity. This could apply to any process that you run. You can go be curious about what it takes to run your process and the impact of your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. Deborah Dahl, founder of the Circular Supply Chain Network. That was amazing. People, this is almost it. Get ready for our final session of DPW Amsterdam 2025. We will be back in a couple of minutes to close out this stage, to end this wonderful conference with a big one, because it's all about what makes procurement sexy for the next generation of leaders. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. back. Are you ready for the final session of DPW Amsterdam 2025? Are you ready? Yeah. And we're going to end things with a big one. Long gone are the days when procurement was all about price tags, paperwork. No, today it's where real impact happens. In fact, procurement just might be one of the most sexy careers of the future. Get ready for an inspiring conversation led by Sebastiano Finocchiaro, Global Procurement Category Manager at Booking.com, together with Mikael Siderin, Strategic Procurement Manager at ARAG, Isabel Verhoeven, Buyer at bpost Group, and finally Lu Jin, Buyer Digital Marketing and IT&D at Reckitt. Please give them a big round of applause. The floor is yours.
Awesome. We made it, I guess, already. So to start well the panel and to make everyone at ease, today is a birthday. So Isabel is her birthday today, so please applause. That's a great way to start. So happy birthday once again.
Thank you very much.
So we're the next generation of procurement leaders, and we're quite diverse. So the first question is going to be, where are you from? And tell us about your toughest personal negotiation to date. Lu.
Okay, I'll start. Hi, everyone. I'm Lu, and I am from China. I've been in procurement for 4 years, always been with Reckitt. The toughest personal negotiation I had, I have to say, is with my dog. I just, 2 months ago, I got a Chihuahua puppy. And for some reason, he has been really stubborn when he was walking outside. So I think he's a bit scared. So I try to use all the methods. I try to convince him. I try to use positive reinforcement. I try to give him a treat for him to move a few steps forward, but nothing works. So I was using all the steps, and he is using manipulation with his puppy eyes. So of course, this is the toughest negotiation I had.
Thank you, Lu. Mike, what about you?
Hello, my name is Mike. I'm from Russia, Dutch by heart. The toughest negotiations for me always is when you plan a trip with your friends somewhere to Asia, and you always have to align on type of accommodation you are choosing. We stopped talking for 2 days with my best friend when choosing an Airbnb. Yeah, like these situations, they teach you how to find consensus and like common grounds with each other.
Awesome. I hope you're using Booking.com to plan your holidays.
On start.
Isabel.
Yeah, so I'm from Belgium, so I'm near to Amsterdam. I think my toughest negotiations were with my parents when I was a teenager, definitely. I think a lot of people can relate. I really had strict parents, so I really had to negotiate about curfew or other things. So it took some time sometimes, but I got them convinced every time. So I think I used the right skills, maybe. But I think when I could use some techniques of negotiation that I learned about when I entered into procurement, maybe it would have gone a little bit quicker sometimes. So, yeah.
Thank you. So to sum up, we have people from China, Russia, and Belgium, so very diverse, very young. And let's get into the topic of today's panel, which is how to make procurement sexy for the next generation of procurement leaders. So the first question is, do you guys think procurement is sexy or not? That's a yes or no, really quickly.
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, awesome.
Weird to say no.
So, at least we are aligned. And the first question I'd like to ask you is, would you say your education or your life experiences drew you towards procurement? Maybe you want to start with Mike?
Well, it was more like reactive for me. I started my first ever job was in American Express during COVID in their B2B travel product, and I was responsible for Well, basically making people travel for business while COVID. And that was the moment I realized, okay, I don't want to be managing clients. I want to be a client myself. And that's how I found myself a way into procurement.
Awesome. That's one way. How about you, Isa?
I think it's a combination of education and maybe life experience, in the sense that I studied law, so I did public procurement classes in my master's, and then I worked as a student for a company that did vacancies for procurement profiles and supply chains. So it always got me really interested, and yeah, I started at compliancy first, but I didn't really enjoy it as much. So I started thinking again, like maybe I should just take the leap, because procurement was something I didn't really comprehend at first. And then I took the leap, and yeah, it started with people. So, and now I'm here, yeah.
Awesome. So it's really interesting to see how people fall into procurement. I think it's a question that you guys can all relate to. And last but not least, how about you, Lou? How did you fall into procurement?
I think for me, I actually studied in France for half of my bachelor, and I did a quite generic business degree where I got exposed to supply chain. So then I wanted to do my master in supply chain, so I started to search for master programs. Then I fall into procurement, so I joined actually Catch Business School. So I studied procurement as my master major. And another reason is, of course, I'm from China, so we do have a bargaining culture. And when I was a kid, my mom would use me as a leverage and ask me to negotiate with the little commerce owners, because she thought it's easier for them to say yes to a kid. So I think both education and personal experience made me choose procurement as a profession.
Awesome. So moving on to some of your passion projects, passion topics regarding procurement. Mike, how does procurement drive digital transformation in your point of view?
Digital transformation in procurement. Well, first of all, a lot has been said already today about digital innovation in procurement specifically, and I think that everyone in the hall today can answer this question their own very unique way. From the Gen Z perspective, what I would like to say is that I think we are the generation that is known for promoting corporate lifestyle as somewhat cringe. Like for us, receiving a Teams message or a call from your manager, being invited for a Teams meeting, like to circle back on the topic, that's like, we don't want that. We respect our personal space way too much for this, and therefore we really collaborate differently. We collaborate digitally, and for contract management, for example, I don't want to discuss how we're going to renew the contract basically in person, or like how you don't want to collect the data for that. I want a tool for contract management where I can start the initiative, where I can have all the data exchanged, where I can have all the conversation happening within the tool, because I just want to be able to see the data in real life. Also, for tenders, for example, for me, what is the most important is that, for example, when I'm hiring a SaaS application, I really need the live real-time data dashboard, so I can trace everything and like without the need to go to my colleagues and discuss it over and over again, check the data. No, I want it in real life. Quicker, efficient. Yeah, so, and I think a lot of suppliers in this hall today, they offer this possibility, and which is also very interesting for all the experienced procurement leaders today.
Awesome. Indeed, a lot of insights for everyone across the industry. Isa, why is there a need, in your opinion, to elevate the role of procurement?
So I think a lot of people here already talked about it, but I think really the mindset around procurement sometimes is still really only bringing cost value. So you only for the cost and the spendings of the company. But definitely, I see with internal customers, for example, that they sometimes really don't understand what procurement does and what values it can bring. So I really think it's important that we really inform our internal customers about what is actually or what can actually be done with procurement, and really try to, of course, involve them in the process because they're a part of our procurement process. And yeah, I think we really have to show them the values that we can bring, like the innovation part, the part about sustainability that is very important nowadays. So we really have to show them how we can create that value. And if we can really show them in real time and in real life how that works, I think the mindset will change a lot more. So yeah, I think that's something that will elevate procurement in a great way, yeah.
Awesome. I think it's really tough to top all of what you guys said. Lou, what's your take on young talent within procurement?
Yeah, so as I said, I come from Catch Business School, and I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this school, but we do have this end-of-school internship, traineeship requirements that you need to do in order to graduate. So that's how I got into Reckitt. And I know that all of my classmates, they all went into different companies, etc. I entered Reckitt 4 years ago, and back then I was, I didn't know anything about how procurement works in corporate, how corporate works in reality. I was also coming from another culture, right? So there was the culture shock. I was not confident. I was insecure. However, through this experience, through these 4 years, I learned how to, be more confident about myself, be more aware about what I want. And I also had the pleasure during these 4 years in Reckitt to coach some of the other trainees that came in later. And I could also notice the growth in them. I think everyone has their own journey, right? So I think it's really a pleasure for me to witness that for them. And also at DPW this time, I saw also university students are joining. So I think it's really a nice opportunity for them to learn about procurement.
Awesome. I think we're all getting very convinced that procurement is very sexy. So we'll ask at the end of the panel as well how you guys feel about it. Great. Going into more something that you wouldn't stand or that you struggle to put up with, which is one buzzword you cannot stand. And if you were to have a superpower, what would you want to have to make it less painful? And we start with Isa.
So it's not really a buzzword maybe, but when I started at bpost and it was my first experience with procurement, the word delegation of authority was thrown at my head a lot of times. And I also did some classes where this topic really was talked about a lot. And I think this is something that really, it's not personally for my company, but I think it's something that could really be optimized sometimes because it can delay the process because you have to explain, like, we have approval flow, a signing flow, and some internal customers, for example, will think like, okay, why is it taking so long? But that's the process. So it can be overcomplicated and it can really delay some processes that could go a lot faster if it's optimized. So I think, that will be my answer,
Clear. Lou, what's the one thing you cannot stand?
That everything is urgent. I think I think it must have been the pain of all of you. Sometimes stakeholders just comes to us saying something that this thing needs to be done yesterday. So I think this is something that I think most of you can relate. If I have the superpower, I would encourage everyone to plan ahead.
AI will help with that, hopefully.
I hope so.
Mike?
Very similar to Lou. The word that I hate, actually, is next time. Really. It's also about everything is urgent. No, but next time. And I would really want to focus on the projects and how we come up with them. See, AI is not really new for us. And for example, I personally was using a photo recognition tool to cheat on my math exam when I was a 5th grader, and for free, free of charge. So why do we need to spend 80K on the AI solution today that can be just taken for free off the market. Like if we can speak about upfront, if we can discuss the cost model, if we can discuss your needs, we can really find good alternatives. But the superpower actually here is not really complicated. It's really like no PO, no pay policy. The superpower that I would actually want to have in procurement is, well, kind of like future telling. For example, foreseeing what risks in the contract can be highlighted and to what consequences they can lead. So in order to prevent them, of course. But yeah.
Awesome. Cool. So we went through the hard part on what they cannot stand. Now we go more on AI, because of course next gen is expected to use AI, to appreciate AI, but I think it's really interesting to also give a perspective on how they perceive it. Most likely you will use AI more than once a day, so I'll not ask, do you use AI every day? I take that for granted. But I'd love to ask you, what is the last thing that you asked AI, and do you think that AI will take our jobs? Lou.
Well, I think as a new dog owner, everything I ask AI is about my dog. He ate this, is it okay? He did this, what does it mean? Yeah, so I think my last question must be related to my dog. And will AI take our job? I hope not. I think AI can help us in some operational things, like to increase, to speed up things. But I always feel like there is also this personal touch, because even if AI can help you do a lot of things, you're still working in a company, you're still working within a community, and you still are talking to your suppliers and talk to your business stakeholders. I think, yes, the numbers are important, but I think also the relationship is also important, and this relationship side of things cannot be replaced by AI. It has to have some personal touch. So I would say partially yes, but I don't hope that it can take all of our job, and I don't think it should be.
Awesome. Mike?
Last thing from AI, I asked Copilot to get me the policy from SharePoint that was created somewhere like 5 years ago. It did a great job, recommend to everyone. And yes, AI will take our jobs. I think that this is essentially the topic that everyone is discussing here today. I feel like, well, first of all, I asked my mom last week, how did you feel about the internet when it was first introduced to the world? She said, oh, I was so happy because it was like super good for me. I'm from Uzbekistan. Like I can work for foreign companies. I can deliver my skills. They can be recognized. So I can sell my services to them, right? So the world kind of stood on globalization as a trend with introduction of internet. Today, however, I think that this trend is changing, definitely. It's changing to deglobalization, simply because doing things internally, in-house, and more time efficient is just cheaper. And I mean, this is what AI is for, honestly, let's face the truth. So, and I heard a speaker yesterday talking about like doing nothing with AI is actually not an option anymore. And when you invest so much into this industry, and also let's take a moment to realize how much of sustainability impact it has, with all the data centers, with all the investments, you just cannot screw it up. You have to make it work. So, yeah, it's essentially has to be working for us. And last year at DPW, the procurement guy was presented as a control tower, standalone control tower, with all the buttons, clicking on them, with the dashboards behind him, looking there. And I think the key word here is a standalone. So yeah, there's going to be less and less people in the control tower.
Awesome. So already almost halfway through the question, we got two very different points of view. So Isa, good luck to you now.
So the last thing I asked AI was definitely about some of the platforms that are here. So I'm not going to disclose maybe the questions, but yeah, so will AI take our jobs? I actually rely a little bit to what Lou said, of course. I really believe that AI should be a tool for procurement. We should really use it for visuals and really for a couple of things that are repetitive or tasks that we don't really want to focus on, so that it can really be a part of our process that can be accelerated. But I really do believe that personal touch is very important, and also I think it depends on the mindset of the company. If they find people very important and people working together and collaborating, I think there can be a pretty good balance between the two. So I don't think AI, or maybe I don't think we should let AI take 100% our jobs, but it could really make our jobs better and really, improve what we are doing today. And maybe the focus can shift in procurement on what we focus on.
Awesome. So a very different set of points of view, which I think could be summarized with some ethical touch to it, to indeed potentially it could, but should it fully to 100%? So thank you guys for this big question. As we do still have a bit of time, we do have an extra question, which is about being a CPO for one day. What would you do? Luke.
I think, as probably you could notice, I think I'm very people-oriented. So if I could be a CPO one day, I think I would try to talk to the team, talk to the young people, because I feel like as a young person in this organization, sometimes you're feeling uncertain, sometimes you're lost, sometimes you don't know what is the next step for you, or you're just a bit insecure. So I think as a CPO, I want to really build the team, because essentially that is, we're all human and we want to work together in a collaborative way. I think the human connection is really, really important. I just really want to take the time to understand what is on your mind, how can we help. So yeah, that's my answer.
Awesome, which fits with your talent piece that you mentioned earlier on as well. How about you, Mike?
I'm a person that believes in big bangs, really. I think this is what drives change. We can argue about that, of course. So we do have a set of critical suppliers in ARAG. We do have a set of non-critical suppliers. So if I was, actually a CEO for one day, because, I'm the only one in procurement in my company, I would actually announce that all non-critical suppliers are going to be discontinued as of the next year, and then we're going to start all the tenders. We're going to start checking to what extent we actually need those suppliers to optimize our procurement and organization. Yeah.
Okay. Quite radical, but makes sense. Isa, what would you do if you were to be CEO?
So I actually have mostly the same topic as Lou that she talked about before, about the talent. I think inside my company, definitely in procurement, there's not really a trainee program or a talent a development program for youngsters, I'll say, or the next gen for now. So I would really like to focus on that, because for me, of course, I was the first person there. And I experienced a lot of the baby steps, I'll say, that they have to take. And I really would like to focus on that and create a team that is senior, media, junior, because I think they can bring fresh takes and they can learn a lot about procurement and learn from their peers that are more seasoned into the procurement department. So I think it would be a great opportunity and really the way ahead. So.
Amazing. So it's really interesting to see how there's a radical look at supply base, as well as a key focus on human relations, as well as talent development, which I think is very refreshing to know what the next gen looks at when indeed it comes to becoming leaders one day. So, as the topic of the panel is how to make procurement sexier to the young generation, the question to you guys is, why is procurement sexy to you as a next generation leader? Isa.
So I really think it's sexy for me because I really find it very interesting. Like we maybe all mentioned before, or Lou also mentioned, it's really, before you get into procurement, you really don't understand what it is. And I think it picks a lot of different parts of my brain. Like I use creativity, I use my legal background because I'm in public procurement. I really use the framework. So I really use that part. You have an analytical part that you use, and then also your interpersonal skills get developed. So for a young person, I think it's a really great way to start your career. It's like you develop a lot of insights on different things, and you're at the core of a business. You're in finance, so you really see a lot of different insights. And we work around sustainability and innovation. So I really find it sexy because it's very, very diverse for me. So yeah, that's my answer. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike.
Let's think about word sexy for a second, right? I feel like just like in relationships, in your job, what is sexy is your brain. When you're looking for example, when my friends are looking for relationships, they are always saying, oh, I want a finance guy, or I want a project manager, they're so unique. They want maybe an actor, or they maybe want a lawyer because they're so serious. Then instead, maybe look for a procurement guy because he's all together. He's a lawyer and an actor, a good communicator, and a great negotiator, and a finance bro. And that's what actually makes procurement sexy, because you are working with your brain in so many areas. It is sexy.
Awesome. So you guys should all feel better about yourself right now. You're the sexiest out there. Forget the finance and lawyers. Lou, what does make sexy for you in procurement?
I think I agree on everything that my team have said. I think you're working in procurement, but you have an expertise on law, and you do your internal negotiation, you do external negotiation, you analyze the pricing, you're also kind of a project manager. So you are the full package. So I do agree on that. Plus, I think as a young professional, when I started in procurement, I was given some projects that fully owned by myself. So then I was kind of the responsible person of a project or of the relationship end to end, and I took the full ownership. So I think that's actually what procurement sexy for me.
Awesome. So really quickly, will you come back to DPW, and how did DPW make you feel as a young professional? Mike?
Oh, obviously, yes. Did it make me feel scared? Yes. Did it make me feel like I need to learn for new skills, like in science, computer science? Yes. Will I be back in 1 year when I implement purchase order at my company to, find a solution for spend visualization? Yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes.
It's all yeses. That's awesome. Matthias, if you're in the room, you know that there's already someone buying your ticket. Lou?
Yes, this is actually my first time to come to DPW, and before I joined yesterday, I was just browsing the agenda, and I noticed that there's this padel event, there's this run event. I think it's not only about work or professional life. There's also some fun stuff. So I think, it's really nice opportunity to meet people, and also, as I said, for university students to learn more about this industry and get to know more knowledge about it. So I think it's really nice event, really well organized. So yes, I will come back.
Awesome. Plenty of feedback for the DPW team. Last, Lisa?
Yeah. So, of course, the answer is also yes. It's also my first time here at DPW. What I really like is indeed like the community that is created. You have the side events where you can talk to a lot of people, very not serious about work, and you can really do a lot of things. And then also it brings a lot of knowledge here that really made me curious. So that was the feeling that I was thinking about. There's a lot of curiosity about what is on the market right now on tech and AI, and really, I think that is the feeling that I have, and I would really would love to join next year. So yeah.
Awesome, perfect. So thank you for going through the panel. You guys did great. Now, one question to you guys all in the audience. I would want to know whether you find procurement sexy, and if so, you should raise your hand. Okay, there's a few. Okay, awesome. Now we raise the other hand, and we applaud for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please give another huge thank you to our amazing speakers. Thank you so much. I saw a couple of hands raised when they asked, is procurement sexy? It is, isn't it? Well, dear people, this is it. We're going to close DPW Amsterdam 2025. This amazing conference almost came to an end. Of course, later we're gonna have this amazing after party. You really want to be there. Please take note. And now it is time to hand it over for some final remarks. Please give him a thunderous applause. CEO DPW, Herman Knevel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for still being in the room here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 days being with us. Starting on Tuesday morning, I believe, and we're still here in the room on Thursday afternoon. It has been a ride. I hope it was exciting for you. I hope you made connections. I hope it was informative. I hope you meet your peers. I hope you will be back, of course, but I truly appreciate the energy you brought into DPW, into the 2 days, because it was electrifying from the day we started in the morning till still now. It's still buzzing out there, and everybody's excited. I speak to many people, of course, ranging from the startups, the scale-ups, the giants, the delegates, mid-market enterprise, and so on, in all the verticals. And the energy is high, and everybody's very, very happy with what you did. I had a question when I started the show on Wednesday morning, and I said, hey guys, this is about you. And you delivered. And that I appreciate, because we built a show, well, we can't do it without you, and you did it. I have also some stats to close off with, and some dates. The stats are, you guys made 24,000 connections over the past 2 days. And that's a new record for us. And of course, with some data points and technology, so we can measure that. But 24,000 connection is amazing. It's outstanding. And I hope you will take these forward as well. Other fun facts are that from a company perspective, from a startup scale-up perspective, LevelPath was the company that made the most connections in the scale-up category, and in the startups it was Control S. And from an enterprise perspective, it was the team of BASF. But these are just the fun facts. Thank you for that. My clicker is, yeah, thank you again. And I hope to see you back, of course, in New York or in Amsterdam. Here are the dates. So it's not only Amsterdam, it's also in New York. New York has a next show. Would really appreciate to see you there or in Amsterdam. And with that, for us, it's also a wrap of DPW Amsterdam 2025. And again, on behalf of my team, on behalf of all the sponsors, on behalf of everybody that's part of the ecosystem of digital procurement and supply chain, thank you so much. This is about you, and also the clip is also about you. Thank you.
Are you ready for DPW Amsterdam 25?